at the dangerous Jalen Stinson, who had 2 kick returns for scores a year ago. Rory Bell will kick it away for the guys in the cherry pants and white jerseys. And Stinson signals for the fair catch. And here is a young man from Fairhope, Alabama, who turns 20 in 11 days, Roddy, and it's going to be coming at him fast here in a minute.
It certainly will be, and the emotions that we talked to him about yesterday are what I'm looking forward to seeing him manage. This is a guy who's played in 7 games, started against Virginia Tech a year ago, struggled a little bit, 7 for 16 in that game, but he's an excellent athlete, claims to be the best basketball player on the team. But you'll see him run, and he's kind of got that mentality as a quarterback where he's not afraid to lower his head. So I'm interested to see just the emotions will help him there.
Started against Virginia Tech last November, so Riley Leonard with 3 receivers to the left and a quick throw, and this is Calhoun. Jalen makes a move for 5 and has 6, almost 7 on the first play of the game.
I think number 5 is going to get the ball obviously early, but certain. Just a little now screen, good blocking on the perimeter, good down.
Yep, Duke a little hurry up here, and we get a flag and procedure on the Blue Devils before they can hand the ball to Jalen Coleman.
False start, offense, number 62, 5-yard penalty, it's 2nd down.
That is Nate Black, the referee from the American. So we have an American officiating crew. Of course, that's where Temple participates in a ACC replay booth here tonight at Wallace Wade Stadium. 45 Elko. First penalty of the ball game on his club. 2nd and long. And this is Coleman breaking free. Took the umpire down and crosses the 45. Elijah Clark makes the stop on Jalen Coleman, who a year ago, Roddy, carried it times for an average of 1.3.
How about the umpire catching a little bit of a stray there? It's a really nice play design. We saw a lot of that yesterday. Same side counter. Running back goes to the quarterback and then retreats to the same side. He's got a couple pullers in front.
So Coleman with a run of 20 and a first down for the Blue Devils. Leonard on the move. Looping it, caught, and this is Moore. First touch of the night for Moore. 15-10, tracked down at the 1 by McMurray.
Jordan Moore with the quarterback position, goes out to wide receiver, and he started making plays like this. He's now a receiver, Wes, and that's why.
This is Coleman straight ahead. Temple trying to rally to the football, and they shut the door. McGee, the linebacker, wearing one of those hallowed single digits for the Owls. Number 6 makes the play.
And what we just saw from both Jalen Coleman and from Jordan Moore is exactly what Duke needs this season. This was the worst team in the conference last year in producing explosive plays. They've already had 2 on this drive.
2nd down and goal at the 1. Couldn't ask for a better start from Mike Elko. No, they want the touchdown here. Quick toss into the boundary. Coleman, touchdown.
I gotta say, Wes, I absolutely love this play down on the goal line. One of the most underutilized plays in all of football. Jalen Coleman completes an excellent first drive for the Duke Blue Devils.
Well, it took Mike Elko 2 minutes to get his first touchdown. This is Charlie Ham for the point. And it is 7-0 Duke in 2:03 of the Mike Elko era.
Well, you get the back off set, blockers out in front, defense doesn't adjust, and it's an easy walk-in for Jalen Coleman. It's a great job with the guys out front, just getting a hat on a hat, and Jalen Coleman has the easy part. And then Jordan Moore is coming across the formation. He's lined up right behind the right guard in motion. Looks like he's going to the flat, turns up on the wheel route, makes a couple guys miss. And it is a massive play for the Duke Blue Devils. They did a great job on that drive of finding their playmakers. Jalen Calhoun touched the ball. Obviously, Jalen Coleman had an impact, but then Jordan Moore, you could see that Kevin Johns on the opening script wanted to make sure his playmakers touched the football.
Here's the other thing, too, a little confidence for Riley Leonard.
Yeah, easy throws. Remember, the first pass was a little now screen.
Yep.
Get a completion seat in your receiver's hands, and then that wheel, that's an easy pitch and catch. Of course, that's easy for me to say. Easy pitch and catch down the field for a quarterback.
Ahmad Anderson wears 15. He's deep for the Owls. A year ago, averaged about 20.5 yards a return. He's going to let this hit, and Temple is going to scrimmage from its 25. And when Danny Langsdorf's offense takes the field here in a moment for Stan Drayton, we're going to get a look at 6'6" redshirt sophomore DeJuan Mathis from Oak Park, Michigan. And Roddy told you at the top, he started Georgia's opener 2 years ago at Arkansas. And then ultimately gave way in the quarterback parade and transferred out of the program a year ago. You know what? He had ball games of 22 yards and 3 scores in the win against Memphis. That's Anderson in motion. And he's got it on the sweep, and Duke rallies to the football. Dorian Mausi led the charge from his linebacking spot.
It's a really good opening play for Duke. But DeJuan Mathis, I mean, this was a guy that has multiple times been involved in quarterback battles. That season at Georgia, remember, he's battling with Stetson Bennett and JT Daniels, now a national championship winning quarterback. And JT Daniels, who we saw last night, was fantastic. He has the ability that matches anybody in the country. The question is, can he unlock it?
Gain of 1, 2nd and 9. Sadie is the running back. Mathis wants to shoot it across the middle. And that is Barbone the catch. And he is knocked down right away by Brandon Johnson, making his second start tonight. 8-yard play. It'll be 3rd and short for a Temple offense a year ago, Roddy, that was 128th in the country on 3rd down at under 29%.
It's only 131 teams. This isn't basketball where you got another 200 teams behind you. This was one of the worst teams in the country, but they're in a 3rd and short. Got a lot of the playbook available to you. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw DeJuan Mathis tuck it in row.
Jakari Norwood, transfer from Illinois. You see him leaving the formation to the slot on the left side. Anderson in motion. They fumble the ball. Mathis is going to fall on it before Duke can cover it. Hayward was the closest Blue Devil there, and Temple's going to go 3 and out on their opening possession.
That's frustrating because I think they had the play, Wes. It's going to be just a little zone read. The defensive end bites. They're reading R.J. Oben. He's all the way down inside. Looks like he could have handed it or kept it and probably had an opportunity to get the first.
Mackenzie Morgan, who started his college career at NC State, went to Sacred Heart and also Weber State before just coming to Philadelphia right as camp began in August. Is the Temple punter. And he'll drive this toward Calhoun, who juggles it and falls on it back at the 27.5-yard line. Well, the Blue Devils couldn't have asked for a better start. Only took 5 plays for Mike Elko's club to make their mark. Jalen Coleman, the touchdown, 7-0 Blue Devils. Well, the home folks like the start, and they should. 5 plays, 75. You confront 7-0 defense. An Elko tradition. Holds Temple to 3 and out, and here's Riley Leonard's second possession, starting with a throw here into the near side. That's Eli Pancol, and he's helped out at the 36-yard line. Riley Leonard getting the Blue Devils on the line here. And we got flags, and this is interesting that we're seeing kind of the up-tempo stuff here early, Roddy, right?
Number 71.
Well, it's the second time they've tried to go tempo after a first down play and been called for a false start, so maybe I may need to slow it down just a touch.
But in our conversation with Kevin Johns yesterday, we asked about tempo because you had seen him at Memphis, right?
Yeah.
And you knew tempo was kind of personal here, but I wasn't sure we were going to see it this fast. after the penalty. Second down. And this is Jaquez Moore, sophomore from Live Oak, Florida. And it'll be third down. First time we've seen Duke to a third down. A year ago, they were 5th in the ACC and 46th nationally at 42.4%. Temple had a problem, though. They were in the bottom 30 of college football. Opponents hit 42% of their third downs against the Owls.
Moore and Jalen Calhoun both in that trip set, that bunch set to the top.
Now Dalmolin, the tight end's the third guy, and here's Leonard to throw. Riley bails here for the near side, and he'll be shoved out at the 36. Nice closing speed there by Jalen McMurray, the corner.
Based on us talking to Riley Leonard yesterday and what Kevin John said, I'm a little surprised he ducked out of bounds there. I thought he was going to lower his head and power forward for the first down. Probably would have had a chance to get it, but makes the safe quarterback decision, gets out of bounds, and now Duke's going to have to punt.
Yeah, Porter Wilson will punt it away for the Blue Devils.
I think Mike Elko was expecting Riley Leonard to lower his head and get the first down, too.
A year ago, averaged just less than 45 yards a punt. Ahmad Anderson averaged 7.5 yards a return. He's deep for the Owls. And he will play from inside the 10 at the 9. Trying to find the far side, and the Blue Devils rally from both sides. Shaka Hayward was kind of the initial guy in pursuit, but Jalen Stinson did a beautiful job closing. 54-yard punt, not much of a return in Durham. ACC Network Football. Prime Time is presented by delicious, ice-cold Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. The only meeting ever between Duke and Temple prior to tonight, December 27th, 2018, Independence Bowl. Daniel Jones, 423 yards, 5 touchdowns, and the Blue Devils run away 56-27, Ronnie.
Yeah, and this crowd. Now, the struggles of people arriving to Wallace Wade are well documented, but this crowd is about as good as I've seen. So I think it's encouraging that people are getting behind Mike Elko in his first season, especially the students. Good turnout.
Shotgun set. Sadie, the running back, with DeJuan Mathis, and we get a look at Edward Sadie for the first time tonight. He'll pick up 6 to the 15 before Jalen Stinson makes the tackle for the Blue Devils. Sadie, one of potentially 4 running backs. We've already seen Jakari Norwood. Darvon Hubbard is a transfer from Texas A&M, and Trey Blair, a freshman they're excited about, also figure into the run game tonight. Gain of 6, so we're looking at 2nd and 4 here for Mathis. And that is trouble for Sadie. Dwayne Carter, who does a lot of things well, particularly tackle the ball carrier.
Yes, he does. One of the best players on this defense. Look at the right side. And Dwayne Carter there with the celebration. Look at the right side of the line. Like Duke had the perfect call on. He was slanting that way, able to split the offensive lineman, get in the backfield and set up a 3rd and long for DeJuan Mathis in this Temple offense.
The old defensive coordinator turned head. Likes that one, huh?
Yeah, I would say so.
Norwood checks in. He's with Mathis. 3rd down and long, 11 for the Owls. Out into the flat off the hands of Norwood, who had Shaka Hayward tracing him. 3 and out in their first 2 offensive possessions for Temple.
And that 3rd down was destined for failure. Rob Smith, the defensive coordinator for Duke, had the perfect call on. It looked like it was going to be some sort of zone pressure. It ends up being cover 2 man underneath. So Shaka Hayward's chasing the running back, who's going to be able to tackle him no matter what.
Jalen Calhoun stands near midfield. Temple's got 3 gunners, Roddy, to the field here. Mackenzie Morgan, the punter. 1 step, drives it away toward Calhoun. And a fair catch called and performed by Calhoun. 43-yard punt by Morgan. Duke 7, Temple nothing in Durham.
Welcome back to Duke. The Blue Devils with an early 7-0 lead and strong showings from starting quarterback Riley Leonard so far. Now, the coach has obviously told us composure and leadership is what won him the starting job, and I've seen that firsthand down here on the sidelines, guys, really stepping up and really showcasing his ability to do that early.
Well, Leonard is perfect throwing it 3 for 3, 67 yards. They start at midfield, and Jordan Waters, the first guy through on the carry. And he will get 5, paid the price. Trey Thomas, the linebacker, who transferred from Independence Community College.
How about the contact that Jordan Waters took? I mean, he probably took that first hit, a yard past the line of scrimmage, was able to gain 5. It was a good physical run.
Straight ahead, here goes Waters again. Wow. Drops his shoulder on Alex Odom, the safety, for the first down. Duke's got 104 yards of offense, Roddy.
It was a great first drive, and really they've been their own worst enemy with the false start penalties. Kevin Johns has this Duke offense in a rhythm early.
Play clock winding down toward 15. I thought Duke was getting ready to make a change here. Leonard bringing Calhoun in motion. Looking to throw on first down, and beyond the reach of Calhoun, a flag has come down. Dominique Hill was in coverage, transfer from South Carolina. Let's see what we have here.
Holding. Defense. Number 21. 10-yard penalty.
It is a
and an
hold
automatic
on Dominique
first down.
Hill.
Well, it's a double move by Jalen Calhoun. After the motion split, give him a little bit more room. Fakes like he's going to the inside, comes back to the outside, and all Dominique Hill could do is grab him. It's probably wise. I think Jalen Calhoun had gotten a free release to the corner. He'd have caught that and gone to the house.
Samir Hagans, sophomore from Philadelphia, to the boundary side for Duke here on 1st and 10. Leonard going to handle Waters, trying to get to the left side, and the run through by McGee, the linebacker. Terrific play for the Owls there.
Could really see the closing speed by Jordan McGee. He's right in the middle of your screen now. He sees it, diagnoses it, and just explodes through and finishes the tackle.
Loss of 1 on the play, and you get a look at Jordan McGee wearing the singleton. Proud tradition at Temple that has been embraced by Stan Drake. Leonard will sidearm action. Dalmolin, the tight end, and a play in space handled nicely. And it looked like it was Kalen Scott or Brennan Scott, senior or sophomore safety, who made the play. Number 26 for the Owls.
Oh, Riley Leonard showing off the different arm angle, going sidearm there.
Yep.
To the field. Another bunch formation for Duke.
Yep, 3rd and 6 here. Pressure coming from the Owls. Little crossing route. Calhoun, first down. Inside the 20, trying to fight for a yard or 2 more to the 17. Odom and Darreville make the stop for Temple here after a 9-yard gain, Roddy.
It's a great play design. Watch Nicolin, 81, pushing up the field. He kind of screens both guys. Jalen Calhoun with great patience on the route, letting it set up. Dalmolin get down the field to shield his guy. It's an easy pickup on 3rd down.
Robertson and Calhoun to the left, Dalmolin the tight end to the right here, and Leonard on a fresh set of downs will keep it. We watch Riley run it for the first time, and he will squeeze for about 5, maybe 6 yards on 1st down. Thomas again, the stop for Temple here.
Well, Kevin Johns told us that sometimes Riley Leonard, to get him in the game, you got to get him hit a little bit. It's a nice play by Trey Thomas, who actually defeated the block of Dalmolin. If Dalmolin's able to reach him there, then it's a much bigger game. It's a good play by Trey Thomas. And all right, now Riley Leonard's in the game a little bit. He's got a little bit of contact.
James got the touchdown for Duke, back in the ball game with Leonard on 2nd down. And Coleman bites off a couple of yards to the 10, so 3rd and 2.5. The next snap, Thomas another tackle from the linebacking spot.
So we've twice seen Duke go to that bunch trips formation to the field on 3rd down. Going away from it here, but you've got Jordan Moore and Jalen Calhoun both at the same time.
Same side, right?
Yep.
And Dalmolin shading that way as well. And whoa, Leonard going to take a big lick because busting through was Leighton Jordan, the linebacker, from the field side of the play. That's well done by Temple defensively.
It was. They're trying to run a quarterback counter. The guard trips. I'm not sure he'd have had a shot to get to Leighton Jordan anyway, who was coming off the edge. Just a really good defensive play call against the offensive play that you were trying to run. Temple able to get off the field on 3rd down.
Right at about 30 yards for Charlie Ham, who made his last 4 of a season ago and 5 of his last 6. And he'll try and extend the Duke lead to double figures here. And Ham is perfect from 30 yards. So a 10-0 lead now for Mike Elko in his debut, and Stan Drayton's offense trying to pick things up. But Elko is here because Daniel Jones, 2018, ends up being a high pick of the New York Giants out of the 2018 season. And then Roddy, the slide kind of begins at the end of the David Cutcliffe era.
It does, and it happened on both sides of the ball. I mean, that 2018 season, you had a first-round quarterback and you had a defense that was pretty good. The quarterback play after that year just had not been good, and the defense significantly regressed from where they were. Hence, Mike Elko comes in, brings in new blood. But remember, this is a Duke team that won the Coastal less than a decade ago. So they've had recent success, and Mike Elko believes that he can get them back to that point where they're competing at the top of the division.
So a 29-yard field goal by Ham makes it 10-0, Taylor. And here is Anderson. He's going to touch a knee. I thought for a moment Ahmad Anderson was bringing it out of there, Taylor.
I did as well, Wes. Like the coaches told us this week, Wes, it's really more than a revamp. It feels like a rebirth for this football program, and they've adopted the mantra GRIND. It's an acronym for grit, relentless effort, integrity, living in the now, and dependability. The players told me in the past they've been a little conservative, but Coach Elko and staff want to build this into an aggressive, in-your-face brand of football, and they all felt like it was going to start tonight.
Well, it is just one piece of kind of all the new, Roddy, and a lot of new at Temple, too. That's what makes the game this big bag of unknown when we got here tonight in many ways. Darvon Hubbard is the running back. Here's Mathis on his 3rd series, and a catch by Anderson. And I think they'll measure him toward the 30 for a gain of 5 on 1st down. But Mike Elko's on-field new, all the staff, all the things there, strength and conditioning. We heard so very much coming in about David Feely, the strength and conditioning coach. Players talked about him continuously in terms of this improvement. Here is Hubbard trying to break free. A flag is thrown in as the Texas A&M transfer breaks the 35 for a 1st down. Cam Dillon, the tackle. We'll see if it stands.
Holding. Offense. Number 63. 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Sounded like they got 53. Isaac Moore, the big tackle. Yeah, it's a hold on Vincent Anthony, the freshman, the 6'6", 240-pound defensive end that they're excited about. Right there at the point of attack. Weren't going to get away with that.
2nd and 15. Anthony, 19, is a youngster they are very excited about here. Again, they try and run it straight ahead with Hubbard, and Duke does a great job. Hayward leads the tackle parade for Elko's Blue Devils.
Yeah, but you have to give a lot of credit to Aeneas Peebles right there in the middle, number 92, who held the point, really drove the offensive lineman back into the backfield, really mucked it up for the running back, couldn't get a read. It's a great play by the defensive tackle. They don't always get the stats, Wes, but they do the dirty work, and he did it there.
Sadie back in the ball game for 3rd and 14. Final 75 seconds of period 1. Here at Wallace. Mathis bails to his right. Hayward chased him, throws across his body. Barbone the catch, and he will be taken out of bounds about 2 yards shy of the 1st down by Joshua Pickett.
How about the closing speed by Pickett? Barbone had a step on him, come across formation. Barbone's got a couple of yards, but Pickett doesn't give up, secures the tackle around the waist and slings him down. Temple's leaving that offense on the field. They haven't been able to get much going offensively. Clock's winding down, but they're going to have to make a decision here. They're not going to get bailed out by the end of quarter.
Nope. And they got timeouts if they want them, but they got 10 seconds on the play clock. And 15-second differential on the game clock. And there is the timeout. So Stan Drayton, 51 years of age, grew up in Cleveland. We found out this week he was known for the Allegheny Gators, a Division III program, as the Bottle Rocket. And Taylor, here's the story. We got it pregame. Apparently he ran the 60 meters indoors at Division III Allegheny, and they went to Notre Dame, and he was in a 60-meter heat. And he fired off on the first heat of the 60 meters. And a couple lanes over was Rocket Ishmael. And Drayton got off to this unbelievable start. And then Ishmael passed him. But he led for like 25, 30 meters. And so the Bottle Rocket was born. Who lost to the Rocket? Jalen Calhoun waits on the punt of Mackenzie Morgan. McElwain, the long snapper, and the play clock expires on
Kicking
the
team. 5-yard penalty. It's fourth down.
resumption of play.
I mean, coming out of a timeout, you can't have a delay a game coming out of a timeout. Well, I'm not really sure what they were waiting on to snap that ball. Stan Drayton visibly frustrated, but you're giving away yardage.
Yep.
And Duke was in punt safe. Now you allow them to either get a block or a return setup.
Temple's got 3 guys again to the bottom of the field here, the bottom of the formation. And here's Morgan, thought about it, now gonna rugby kick it downfield. Calhoun gonna run over, but the Owls will touch it inside the 30 at the 28 with just 9 seconds to go in this first period.
This game has been about the Blue Devils, and their first drive was excellent. A quick throw out to Jalen Calhoun, got him going. And then it was a big run of 20 yards by Jalen Coleman right up the middle. Riley Leonard completes it downfield to Jordan Moore, got him inside the 10. That a catch of 52 yards for the former quarterback, who showed his elusiveness and his explosiveness. And then Jalen Coleman finishes it with a couple-yard plunge into the end zone. That first drive was methodical, almost surgical for Duke. White captured the same magic since.
But enough to lead 10-0 here. Likely final play of the first period. Leonard on the play fake, and he fit it nicely to Jordan Moore in front of the Blue Devil bench, Roddy. That's a tough throw.
It was a tough throw. You get it over the linebacker, down to Jordan Moore in time. Nice completion for the last play of the first quarter.
So 15 minutes in the book. Mike Elko's got to be pleased with the opening quarter. His quarterback is 6 of 6 for 81 yards. Duke's got a 10-0 lead on Temple on ACC Network. We go to the second Durham ACC Network primetime football presented by Dr. Pepper. Blue Devils lead the Owls 10-0. And Riley Leonard and Duke on the march here as we start period 2. And coming here to the near side is Jalen Coleman, who's got the Duke touchdown, and he'll pick up the first down.
Get a couple of pullers out front. One was actually taken out offensive tackle, but watch the play side tackle and Jacob Monk, the center, get out there in front of Jalen Coleman. Get a first down.
Jacob Monk comes into the ball game. 2,400 career snaps in Durham. Leonard in the pocket. Now to his left. Got a lot of grass in front. He'll get the first down. Out of bounds he goes at the Temple 47. Elijah Clark, the corner, angled him out. 13-yard run.
Looked like they wanted to take a shot down. Nice decision by Riley Leonard. Sees the green grass and takes off. And a wise decision not to force the ball down the field, too.
Doing a pretty good job managing this thing.
He has. I mean, he's been very accurate in the short game. We haven't seen him take any shots down the field. But you're right, the management of it has been very good.
Off the 47. That's Calhoun in motion. Leonard looks to throw again. And looks for Calhoun. 20 and tackled at the 16-yard line. Jordan, the outside linebacker, in a mismatch with Jalen Calhoun.
Calhoun comes in motion. And again, slow rail route up the sideline. It's a heck of a throw, too, by Riley Leonard. He put some zip on that one right on the face mask of Jalen Calhoun.
32-yard throw to Calhoun. That's his second catch of the night. Catch of the night for 48 yards. Leonard handing to Coleman, going to right side. And stacked up after a gain of 5. McIntyre was out in front, but Jordan made the tackle for Temple.
Maurice McIntyre got himself a pancake out there. I think it was a DB that came up to take on Big 71. And let's just say, big fish eats little fish on that one.
So 2nd and 5 at the 10. Leonard and the Blue Devils back in the red zone here. Where they are 2 for 2 scoring. Looking to throw with time, crossing route. That's Moore. And inside to the 5, it'll be 1st and goal. Pankow 6, not Moore 8, the catch for the Blue Devils.
Going over the middle, securing the ball. And Riley Leonard, the ball placement there is excellent. It's down in his receiver's gut where he can catch it, absorb the contact.
8 for 8 now is Riley Leonard in the ball game.
Cooking, Wes.
Yep, 119 yards. Tight end, bottom of the formations, Dalmolin. That's Calhoun in motion to the boundary. Leonard looks, slips it, caught, touchdown Duke. Jordan Moore.
Wes, I've really liked the plan that Kevin Johns came in with, using formations, motions to create opportunities for his playmakers, but also to create pretty easy reads by Riley Leonard. And that right there just showed maturity. Climbing in the pocket. It's not an entirely clean pocket, but finds the spaces, dumps it off, and gets the ball in the end zone.
7 plays, 70 yards in just better than 3 minutes. Charlie Ham to try and make it 17-0, and he does.
Riley Leonard still perfect on the day. Bodies around him, but keeps his eyes downfield. Climbs up, finds his best friend. Gets the ball in the end zone.
Well, second quarter rolls on from Duke tonight. Blue Devils in charge, 17-0, leading Temple in the debut of Mike Elko. And what a treat tonight for us. Jim Phillips is the commissioner of the Atlantic Coast Conference. Roddy, tighten up now. We're on the clock.
Yeah, no,
right?
no, I gotta be on my straight and narrow right now.
See, Pittsburgh last night, right?
Unbelievable.
Week 0 last week. I know you hit both there.
Oh, it's a hard job, Wes.
Yeah.
You get to go to all these football games. But Pittsburgh last night, backyard bedlam. As good of an atmosphere as I've seen. City of Pittsburgh, highest game ever attended in any sport in Pittsburgh. Unbelievable. Tomorrow I'll get up early and get to Boston College. Rutgers is going to try to get up to Louisville, Syracuse for the nightcap. Sunday, go down to New Orleans and root on the Knowles against LSU, and then finish in Atlanta with Clemson, Georgia Tech.
It's a big 5 days for Jim Phillips, too, Roddy.
Yeah.
It is. It's a big 5 days for the ACC. I mean, the ACC 5 consecutive days, some marquee primetime games last night, tomorrow. How important is it for the league to take advantage of a week like this where you're able to get so much airtime on those big windows?
Important. You guys, I think, talk about it at different times. You have one chance to make a first impression, right? And this Labor Day weekend, 4 of the last 6 years, the ACC's had games from Thursday to Monday. It's a great spot with some tremendous matchups. So you want to win as many of those games as you can. It starts to set the narrative a little bit, fairly or unfairly. That's just how the sports world goes. So you want to get off to a good start, and we certainly are.
Well, you've talked about football, the value and the premium that the sport brings to the table. We all know where it's gone in the American sporting landscape the last couple of years. That's what makes these ball games, the non-conference games especially, early in the year, so valuable and so.
Question: we're willing to play anyone at any time, right? And playing all types of different conferences, and we're going to continue that as we build football in the ACC.
Good. We're going to keep you here a few minutes. Mathis sacked a moment ago, now throwing on second down, and a great catch. Temple makes the grab. The grab was Adonicus Sanders, the transfer of Georgia Tech, right in front of the Duke bench.
It's a good throw by Mathis. Rolling to his right, puts it right on Sanders, but catching it through the contact by Adonicus Sanders was really impressive.
So here is third down and a half dozen for Mathis and Temple. They have their 3 previous third down tries. Hubbard is the running back here, and that's Anderson in motion. They'll hand it to him on the sweep, trying to get the corner turned, and he will have the Temple first down. Out at the 40-yard line, Roddy.
Yeah, it was a good play by Temple, but Commissioner, when you look at a year like this, I mean, you said it's you only get one chance to make a first impression. The ACC, with all the quarterbacks back, 5 teams in the top 25, it feels like there's a lot of expectations for the league from your seat. And what do you think that can do if the league is indeed able to make a statement in the first few?
Yeah, I think it changes the narrative a little bit, and I think we get people sleep on us a little bit, I guess is how I would term it. I mean, 5 in the top 25. We've had 8 participants in 9 years in the CFP. We have a really good brand of football, but to change the narrative, you got to win some games, and you got to win the games that people are paying attention to, and the non-conference seasons allow you that opportunity. And again, as I was saying earlier, I love how we're trying to schedule, and programs are at different levels of success across our 14 schools. So if you're at one of the higher end and have had success, you're really competing at the highest level with your non-conference schedule. Some in the middle, or those are just kind of taking over. You kind of ebb and flow depending on where your program is at. But you got to get ready for the 8-game gauntlet, right, as the ACC. And as I look at this year, as you have talked about here, anyone can win, right? It's the last time we're going to have divisions before we go to a one-division, setup next year, which will be great. One of the terrific things about that, Roddy, is every student athlete over a 4-year period is going to play every school home and away. And then it'll also help us set up for CFP and trying to get your 2 best teams in Charlotte for the ACC championship.
Well, you brought up CFP. It's obviously come out that the presidents and chancellors have voted for college football playoff expansion. You in your seat, you were vocally against it previously. How did that develop where it's now going to be a part of college football going forward?
Well, I would just say this. The ACC's always been for expansion, but what we wanted was a 365-calendar review for football, health and safety, where are we going to play these games, over what period of time, and we've done that over the last 6 months. I will tell you, I'm really proud of the work that the 10 FBS conferences have done together with Notre Dame. We've had multiple meetings on this 365-day calendar. It's moving along. It's not quite done, but it's way down the road, and this has been something that we have worked collaboratively with. And it's really important for you being a former football student athlete in our league. I think you understand you're going to have finals, right? Reading week, camp start, right? All that stuff. And how does that affect you throughout the course of a long season? So just feeling really good about it. And I'm glad that we've gotten some clarity about what we're going to do with 26 and beyond. And if we can work and get some of these things wrapped up, we may be able to expand a little bit sooner.
Yeah. I think the other thing, too, is tip of the cap to Jim Clements, the president of Clemson. Marvelous job on that management council representing the ACC's interest, and then lockstep with you on the business side that I know you and your colleagues will address next week in Dallas.
No question. You said it well. Jim Clements, just a tremendous leader at Clemson. He has been our voice on that board of managers. He indicated to those other presidents where we were in January and February, and we got to work, and he feels really good. Our board feels at a meeting this week on it, and You know, our board's super supportive. I know the coaches are excited, the student athletes are excited, more opportunities to play in the college football national championship.
Well, here's the punt by Temple, another defensive stand by Duke. All right, you've set out a big blueprint this weekend. We expect full execution here, okay?
Got it.
Good to see you.
Great to see you guys.
Thank
Appreciate your good work. It's going to be a great year for ACC football.
Jim Phillips joining us here at Duke. Blue Devils lead 17-0. We welcome you back to Wallace Wade Stadium. Get ready for a triple header tomorrow here on ACC Network. Rutgers, BC from Alumni Stadium, presented by Subway at noon. Bethune-Cookman, Miami at 3:30 from the Hard Rock, Roddy. And then ACC primetime football tomorrow night from the JMA Wireless Dome in Central New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where we're going. Louisville and Syracuse in the Atlantic Division.
Conference
game feels big.
Oh, it does feel big. Conference game week 1. Let's go.
Ball off the 14. Leonard, nice little play fake. And here is the catch to Cole Finney, the redshirt sophomore at tight end. In his 16th career game. 5 catches a year ago for Big Finney.
This has been about as good a start as you could have wanted if you were a Duke fan. The defense has absolutely been pretty much dominant against that Temple offense. And then offensively, there's just been such a rhythm. Riley Leonard seems like he's in complete control. Ball hasn't hit the ground once.
It's been a sparkling debut for the young man from Fairhope, Alabama. Play fake to Moore and a throw across the middle, and here is Samir Hagans. His name came up, Roddy and Taylor, a lot more in conversation than I think people outside the Duke program would have suspected.
He's a guy that had 1 catch go, and unsolicited, Kevin Johns brought his name up as one of the fastest receivers. Said he was one of their 2 or 3 best guys coming out of camp. Then we talked to Riley Leonard. Riley Leonard said the exact same thing. Again, unsolicited.
Yep.
Just who's a guy that you're excited about seeing? Samir Hagans was that name.
Yep. So Leonard and the Blue Devils on the march. He's got 156 on 11 for 11. Now looking 12 of 12, and the tight end Finney again. First down inside the 40 to the Temple 39 before Darrowville makes the tackle.
A tight end pop pass. Play fake to the running back. You got Finney right up the seam. The thing about these passes, he's not just completing passes, he's putting it right on guys. Like this right on the face mask every time. The only one that's been a little bit off was the one to Moore, where he was climbing in the pocket and just kind of has to dump it off, but still very catchable. But impressed with the accuracy.
Off the 39. Leonard looking, going to take the shot. This is Hagans caught in stride. Touchdown, Duke. Poured it in right over the top of Elijah Clark to Samir Hagans.
Get press coverage, you beat it immediately, and then it's just speed. And by the way, that's dropping it in the bucket. An excellent throw by Riley Leonard to complete a great release by Samir Hagans. That route was won in the first half second by beating the press and getting up the sideline.
Riley Leonard is having a half.
Is he really? Is he ever?
215 yards, 13 for 13. Charlie Ham's point is good. Tell you what, we got a little light work in the offseason here at Wallace Wade too, but this is some kind of dime from Riley Leonard.
His 13th completion out of 13 attempts may be the most beautiful one, and Riley Leonard fired up. Duke fans, get used to the name.
Samir Hagans standing in the end zone a moment ago on the Riley Leonard touchdown pass to make it 24-0. Samir Hagans, who went to St. Joe's in Philadelphia against the hometown team. There's Charlie Ham to kick it away. And Anderson going to bring it out. Ahmad Anderson 10, 15, and spun around shy of the 20. On the kick cover from Ryan Smith. Well, by the way, I like the Elko hoodie with the white helmet, Roddy.
It's a good look right there.
Sharp, I like that look. Riley Leonard is having a night, and Mike Elko could not have scripted it better.
No, he couldn't have. I guess perhaps you'd have kicked out the 3 and out and settling for a field goal, but that's being real nitpicky when your quarterback is 13 for 13 and spreading the ball around. I mean, you've already had 6 different Blue Devils catch a pass. And again, the ball hasn't hit the ground. That's tough to do on air.
Ball at the 18, and Mathis's throw beyond the reach of Anderson, incomplete. Okay, so if you're Stan Drayton, as good as it's been for Duke, and you see the disparity in total yardage here, it's been that much of a fight now for a guy who, like Elko, is trying to infuse a lot of momentum to a program that, quite frankly, Roddy, has not had it recently.
Yeah, there hasn't been much rhythm offensively, and then defensively they've been picked apart. But you just need something good to happen. They get the ball first in the second half, get points on a drive, and then a stop before halftime. You can start to cut into this deficit.
Jordan Smith, the tight end, in motion. They're going to dump it, and this is Jakari Norwood, and he will be tracked down. Shaka Hayward was involved, of course, for the Blue Devils. And Duke also got some pressure from another defender as well.
It's a good job setting the edge, but these 3rd and longs have been really tough for Temple. But it collapsed the pocket a little bit, and they've shown some looks that have forced them to get the ball out quick.
Here's Mathis, 3rd and the full 10. Looking right, throwing right, and short and incomplete. Looking for Barbone, the intended receiver. And Pickett was there in coverage for the Blue Devils. So another 3 and out for Temple on their 5th possession.
It was the right idea, just not great execution on the throw. It's just a little low. If he drives that ball and gets it up near the shoulders, I think Barbone has a shot. But it just hasn't clicked. It seems so disjointed for Temple in this game. You got to give credit to this. Every throw has been contested, it seemed like. But Temple not even getting anything going.
So here is Mackenzie Morgan. One of those products of Pro Kick Australia. He is from Trigg in Western Australia. And he will deliver it to Calhoun, who offers the fair catch, and Duke will take over around its 30 when we continue. Blue Devils by 24.
Welcome back inside Wallace Wade Stadium. Duke up 24-0, and they're being led by quarterback Riley Leonard. And guys, down here on the Duke sideline, I've seen frequent communication between the starting quarterback and offensive coordinator Kevin Johns, who said his purpose for being down here on the field was that communication with Riley. They're talking coverages, reiterating to Riley he has the keys to this thing, and he wants him to go forward with that confidence.
First down give, thanks Taylor, is to Moore, who makes 2 guys miss and has a first down. Jaquez Moore with a little bit more under the hood than your normal car.
Well, I see what you did there. I just like that Jaquez Moore, aware of the unblocked player, he gets a DB in the hole trying to tackle him, and he's got something for him, Wes. That was the spin move off. And Riley Leonard had an opportunity, had a chance, and the only thing he hasn't done today was just throw a block. Might have sprung more for a touchdown, but I'm not going to blame the quarterback, you know. Was carrying out his fake downfield.
Yep. Nonetheless, 1st and 10, Duke 42-yard line. Mark delivers the snap. Here goes Moore. Look at this. He split a couple of white shirts and falls forward for a couple. And Kobe Wilson makes the stop. Young sophomore linebacker from outside of Atlanta, played at Parkview High School for a terrific coach, Bill Godfrey, down there. He's got a brother who played at Akron. There's a look at Wilson, who's a terrific recruit from the Atlanta area to go to Temple when the former coach Rod Carey was there. 2nd down and 9 for the Blue Devils. Trouble for Leonard, throws near side, the catch, and this is Pancol. First down inside Temple's 40-yard line for Eli Pancol. McGee, the linebacker, made the stop on another fine throw from right.
How about the poise of Leonard? I mean, right tackle gets beat off the jump. Leonard knows he's got to get the ball out. He's going to take a hit. Still delivers an accurate pass. And then these Duke players have been slippery tonight. Getting past the Temple defenders.
He's tied the mark, 5th in terms of most completions in a game, including the last Blue Devil to reach 14 was Anthony Boone in 2013. Here is Jaquez Moore on the carry. The record, by the way, was set in 2010 and in 2000. Sean Renfrey in 2010 completed 16 passes against Navy. One of 2 Blue Devils to do it.
And the names that you've just thrown out, Anthony Boone, Sean Renfrey, you come this timeline and you're talking about Thomas Sirk and Daniel Jones. They've got to get back to that level of quarterback play.
Thaddeus Lewis is on this list too, by the way. Here's the throw, Leonard, and trying to go to Pancol, and that's going to get a flag on Temple. Looked like Pancol had squared up, and Dominique Hill's going to be tagged for the 2nd time tonight, Roddy.
There's not much the DB
Pass
can do there.
Defense, number 21. 15-yard penalty and automatic first down.
It's tight coverage, and it is interference, there's no doubt. There's not a lot the defensive back can do. I mean, he's going full speed with his head turned. Pancol goes over the top to try and catch it. At best, you can ask the defensive back to turn his head and try and make a play on the ball, but even then he runs into the receiver. Maybe he doesn't get, but it's a pretty good execution by the quarterback and receiver.
So 1st and 10 off the 24.5. Here's Leonard to his right, and he'll take the sack. Darian Varner, the sack leader a year ago for the Owls, registers one here, and we get a little extra 5 and dime after the Varner sack of Leonard back at the 35.
This is the first mistake that Riley Leonard's made. They're actually pretty good, and he decides to try and escape, runs right in to the defensive end. That's one he's going to want to have back. If he climbs there, then he's going to have time to be able to get the ball downfield. And then, a little misunderstanding. Andre Harris coming to the defense of his quarterback.
Andre Harris, a grad transfer from Arkansas State. He and Darian Varner way past the echo of the whistle. 2nd now and long. Leonard up in the pocket and scurries out. Ooh, kind of an awkward fall at the 31 as Kobe Wilson was arriving. Leonard is, you say this about every quarterback, but Riley Leonard's 6'4". Roddy, he's more of an athlete-looking guy. He's not overly big at 6'4", 212, right? You follow me? I mean, should he get in the weight room? He already is in the weight room. But you follow me here? He doesn't have that big-bodied quarterback build.
No, but he's still a young player, and there's going to be opportunity for him to develop.
Got a terrific arm, though. 3rd down and long here for Leonard. And there's another tackle in the backfield. Leighton Jordan's made 2 plays behind the line here in this first half for Temple. That's a great stop to force 4th down.
Little surprised Duke was that conservative on that 3rd down, because if you get down, I mean, you can also get further into field goal range. But I think, it's an opportunity the way your offense is played. If you got to 4th and 5 or so, you're thinking about going for it.
Charlie Hams, by the way, his career best is 50 against Northwestern a year ago.
They may have a chance for that here.
The longest he's ever attempted is 56. And Temple took the timeout. Mike Elko checked in. Don't forget, after we're done tonight, ACC Huddle After Dark, Roddy. Complete breakdown, interviews, players and coaches. Good to see they got a wide receiver on the set to go with a lineman and a QB.
I just like the fact that it's all offense. I mean, even Jordan bringing the offense.
Well, Cornette's a block shot guy.
That's true.
So that's defense, right? Yes. Cornette's in charge of defense.
No, he's point guarding that thing. He's dishing it out. But
Manuel McLean, Eddie Royal.
You got to school Eddie. No ties on the after dark portion, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, there are no ties. No ties after dark. That's right. Temple timeout. Charlie Ham's going to come on here. Told you a year ago, 50 yards against Northwestern, 56. His longest attempt. He was 5 of 10 from 40 or more. He has made his last beyond 40. And this is just over 50. Kick by Ham away, and it is no good. Just off to the left with 1:17 to play.
So if you're Temple, you got your stop. Now you got to get your score.
Well, in talking with Commissioner Jim Phillips, we've already told you it is a big opening week 1 for the ACC. 2 ball games last week. Roddy saw Florida State, a big win. Of course, Carolina beat Florida A&M. Tar Heels right back at it tomorrow at noon, Roddy.
Yeah, they are going to App State, and let's just say those fans will be very excited to see the Tar Heels come to town. It's a good App State team. But some real showcases for the league.
Jakari Norwood, the running back for Temple. Here's a throw on the perimeter, and the catch is made by Donicus Sanders, his second catch of this first half. As the Temple drive starts from the 33, and it produces a first down.
It's a really exciting game last night, Wes. The backyard brawl being back. Thought both quarterbacks had flashes of playing really well. Pitt's got some gear out, but it was a heck of a way to start the year.
Yep. Dewan Mathis going to work here with 71 seconds to go. In trouble now, being flushed to his near side. And he will step out of bounds back behind the line of scrimmage. Dwayne Carter forced him out. Rodney Hammond Jr. from the 7.57 came up big last night in the run game, Roddy.
Yeah, he did. And at a time they really needed a spark. It was unfortunate that he had the targeting on him and I believe knocked him out of the game. But Keaton Slovis, 308 yards in his debut. Was fortunate with a couple of balls that hit the other team's hands, but ultimately did enough football game in a duel of quarterbacks.
By the way, MJ Devonshire never buys a meal again in Pittsburgh.
No, he does not.
Here is Mathis again, rips it for Donicus Sanders, and he'll be brought down to 49 under a minute to go. Nice strong throw here.
Now the question is, do you go for it if you're Temple? They're leaving their offense on the field. Excuse me, it's third down. This is third down. So of course they're going to go for it on third down.
Yep. Clock starts, 45 seconds left. Here's Mathis looking middle of the field and dropped. Malik Cooper was the intended receiver. Redshirt freshman from Philadelphia, went to the same high school Samir Hagans of Duke did. St. Joseph's. Brandon Johnson, 30 for the Blue Devils, was in coverage.
And again, close coverage for Duke. And Temple leaving the offense on the field here. You're down 24-0. If you're going to get back in this game, you've got to convert. You got to go 2 for 1. You convert on this, get points out of it, get the ball first out of halftime. Dewan Mathis has looked good on this drive.
Hubbard's in the backfield with Mathis. Little wheel route to the perimeter, and a hit as the ball arrived with Shaka Hayward to force the incomplete pass.
It looked like that was going to be an easy pitch and catch for Temple, but the speed of Shaka to get through the trash and be able to get to the running back and break up that pass, it shows you why this guy was all ACC a year ago.
Yep.
And just the potential has been there. As good as he's been for Duke in the past, you just get the feeling watching that there's another level that he's able to unlock. See if he's able to do it in his 5th season. That was a great play.
He is one of a couple guys, Roddy, you feel like that they can go one more step before they're done here.
Well, there's just the physical talent is undeniable. Now Duke's going to have a chance here.
Yep. All 3 timeouts left for Mike Elko. Leonard back across the middle. Catch is made. That's Jordan Moore. And another completion. That's 15 now for Riley Leonard, which ties him for 3rd now in terms of a school record for most consecutive completions in a game. He's now tied with Ben Bennett, who could really sling it, and Thaddeus Lewis, who completed 15 in a row against Northwestern. Ben Bennett did it in a night game at Chapel Hill in 1983 in a losing effort. First time they had lights at Kenan State. They brought in portable lights in '83 for the Ben Bennett game.
Did they really?
Yep. He completed 13 or 15 in a row on the way to some crazy number like 4 and something.
I've seen fields with portable lights, and they are not always the most well lit. So
it was not.
It completed that many in a row and not being able to see.
Well, he might have been better to be fitted for a miner's hat when they brought the portable lights into Kenan. Duke in a plus field possession starting at the Temple 49. 29 seconds left. Leonard looks up in the pocket. Now going to bail here to the left side and has room. 30. Riley Leonard 20 and brought down at the 14. Clock stops with 19 seconds left. Darraville the stop on a 30-yard run. No timeout for the Blue Devils off the 14 of the Owls. Leonard looks, and there's the first miss of the opening half. Trying to go to Jalen Calhoun at the near pylon.
Well, it was an excellent run by Riley Leonard. Gets pressure, and you see the athleticism, able to make the linebacker Kobe Wilson miss. Gets in the open field and makes Temple pay. And then I'll give him a break on that one. You make a guy miss, you get down the field, you're a little tired, the ball falls a little short. Give him a little bit of a break there. But you still have 2 timeouts. You can still use the middle of the field. You can still throw the ball short of the end zone.
Jordan Waters is the running back with Leonard. And now timeout. You know what I was thinking a moment ago on the open field run of 30 yards? I see the basketball skill. I see the basketball skill.
Yeah, you kind of saw him when he got down there with Kobe Wilson. You kind of saw him with the little shake. Little crossover going up the sideline.
Well, been a heck of a half, Taylor, for Riley Leonard.
It sure has, and I'm sure it's been a heck of a half for his family as well, who's in attendance. I actually spoke with his dad, Chad Leonard, before the game, asked him if he gets nervous. He said, oh yeah, I get way more nervous than Riley does, but I told him that when we spoke in meetings this week, he seemed so composed and wise beyond his years, and his dad said, don't let him fool you. He's got some swag under there. All quarterbacks do, but his family ultimately very proud, beaming, seeing him perform the way he is so far.
Chad Leonard, by the way, was a basketball player at the Citadel, still holds single game steals record. Had 7 against Clemson in December of 1994. Pretty good athleticism in the family. Here's Leonard out of the timeout to his right, sailing one for the end zone, and overfires Pancol.
So that play took just a little too long to have another shot. If it's an on-time throw, then you're able to throw it to the end zone and get probably another play, another chance. But with 7 seconds left, you can't chance it, and they send out the field goal unit.
So here is Charlie Ham, who missed a moment ago from 51. This will be 32. He hit earlier in the half from 29. Snap high, got it down, and the kick is away. And no good for Charlie Ham. Pushed it to the right. So Duke turned away again on a missed field goal. So not all roses in the opening 30 minutes for Mike Elko's ball club here with a couple seconds left. Don't forget Sunday Best coming up this weekend. 3 of the top early season matchups in each sport. Number 3 UCLA, number 1 North Carolina women's soccer at noon. Top 10 in volleyball, Ohio State visiting number 3 Louisville. And then in field hockey, number 1 Northwestern and number 14 Boston College. Sunday Best on ACC Network. Every game all on the ESPN app. And that'll be a touch of the knee, and Temple ahead to the locker room here, Roddy. Great first half, though, for Elko's Blue Devils.
It was a fantastic first half. He's going to be able to go in there and coach them hard. But the performance of his quarterback, Riley Leonard, 15 of 17, 239 yards and a touchdown, was certainly impressive. And I think defensively he'll be pleased, only giving up 50 total yards in the first half. And I believe our Taylor Davis is with the head coach of the Blue Devils.
ACC Network primetime football presented on a Friday night by Dr. Pepper. Halftime score at Wallace Wade Stadium here in Durham, 24-0 in favor of the hosts Blue Devils. And great to be with Roddy Jones, Taylor Davis, West Durham. Welcome back. Second half action here in just a moment. You said at the start of the broadcast Duke was one of the least explosive teams in college football a year ago. 10 plays in the first half of 10 or more yards, and they held Temple to just 3 of those in building this lead.
They certainly did. I think the defense has been as impressive as any part of what we've seen today, only giving up 56 total yards in the first half. But obviously the headlines are going to be on the offense, and they're going to be with the quarterback, Riley Leonard, who was absolutely fantastic over the course of the first half. Completed his first 13 passes, ended up 15 of 17, and really spread the ball around. This throw down the seam, or down the sideline, to Jordan Moore really got him going. He moved well in the pocket. I thought he showed excellent poise, really controlled the game, and a lot of times you throw out manage the game well, and it can have a negative connotation. In this case, I think Riley Leonard has done an excellent job of not only managing the offense, managing the ins and outs, but also making plays.
Taylor, what'd you find out at the half? So Duke will kick Temple to start the second half. And the Owls with D'Wan Mathis, and for Temple's offensive numbers reflective of the score. And that cannot be good news for Stan Drayton. Here is Ahmad Anderson off the goal line, trying to bring it out, going to the far side, being tracked down. And Anderson will be taken out at the 4-yard line. Unbelievable pursuit. Daquan Johnson, Taylor.
Yeah, guys, I spoke with Stan Drayton at halftime, and he described the first half as sloppy play. He said it's too much evaluation and hesitation. He said, I want to see my guys cut it loose. I want to see them have some fun. Now, in the second half, he really wants to see that run game come alive. He said there's been far too many missed assignments in the run game, opening up the door for TFLs for Duke. So he said overall, just a cleaner operation and less self-inflicted wounds. But these are growing pains he gave confidence to his team about.
Yep, here is D'Wan Mathis with Edward Sadie, the running back, and looking to throw on first down. The Blue Devils are chasing him and got batted away on a ball. Looked like he was trying to throw it back across. Did R.J. Oben get a hand on that, Roddy?
I believe he did. One of the defensive linemen did. Going back to that kickoff return, though, Wes, there's a couple of poor decisions on kickoff return, bringing the ball out of the end zone. And then that one, trying to get out wide, Ahmad Anderson wasn't able to do anything. I mean, you're starting the first drive of the second half on the 5-yard line. It's not the way you want to draw it up.
Yep. So after the deflected pass, second in the full 10 for Mathis. And they're just going to hand the ball to Sadie, and he will get 3 to the 8-yard line. And that'll leave 3rd and 7 after Mausi made the tackle for the Blue Devils. Of the things that you see, Roddy, from last year, and then, you know, Duke comes into the ball game, they've lost 8 straight to close 21, right? And when you start looking at Duke on defense, we talked about Hayward, Carter, Jalen Stinson. Dorian Mausi had some numbers last year in some games that kind of brought you to, wonder what number 8's going to be like with a year, you know, in Mike Elko's defense. Here's Mathis, another throw, this one onto the perimeter, and that's Barbone, the grab. He's going to be a yard short, I believe, of the first down. Well, they're going to call it a first down. They gave him the 15 on the throw. Wow. Crowd not happy at all with the generous spot, and Mike Elko fired up a touch.
I tend to agree with Mike Elko. When he caught that ball, he was on the 14-yard line and got driven backwards. I don't think he got anywhere close to the 15.
So a 3rd down conversion for the Owls. Their second of the ball game in 8 tries. Sadie gets the first down carry, and he will pick up toward the 24, gain of 9, and let's go back to the 3rd down here at the near side camera.
I mean, he comes down at the 14-yard line. I'm not gonna argue with them not reviewing this in a 24-0 game, but generous spot to say the least.
And there is Sadie falling forward on 2nd and short, and that'll be enough for the first down. And we've got an Owl slow to his feet, and that is Adam Klein, who is a single-digit honoree, but because he is an offensive tackle, Roddy, amazingly cannot wear the single digit.
Put him in the single digit, you cowards. Change the rules.
Wow.
Change the rules and put him a digit.
Everybody else is wearing them all over the field, right? Yeah. On the perimeter, Sadie will pick up a couple. Falls to the 26-yard line. You know, it's the first thing I thought of this week when I was reading about the single-digit history at Temple. And Adam Klein is one, so is Isaac Moore. But there's Klein, who has the 2 jersey, as I recall, in the single digits. But he has to wear 74 because he's a tackle. But it is, we got single digits all over the place in college football, except the offensive line.
That's why I say, change the rules. Let offensive linemen have their day.
And here's the throw on the perimeter, trying to shake free Barbone. Another terrific tackle by Brandon Johnson, but a late flag comes in on the play, and it is a face mask on Duke, Taylor, the preliminary indicator.
Yeah, guys, I know we're disappointed about his number, but Adam Klein definitely a leader
Personal
for this
foul.
team.
Face mask. Defense. Number 5.
He was actually home for winter break, as the entire team was, when Stan Drayton was hired as the head coach. And I talked to Adam this week, and he said he immediately got in his car and drove back to campus on winter break and was the first player to meet the new head coach. He said it was important to him to make a good first impression and make sure Coach Drayton knew he had an ally.
Yeah, look, everything we've read and heard about Adam Klein is just a model leader for this football team in an important year, obviously, in Stan Drayton's administration. There's Mausi again on the tackle, on the keeper by DeJuan Mathis. I'd like to reiterate, Taylor, that some of us are a little more fired up about the single digit than others up here.
Let them have it, you cowards.
So, 2nd down and 7. Sadie has stayed in the ball game as the running back. They're going to hand it on the sweep, coming here to the near side of Donicus Sanders, the Georgia Tech transfer, and he'll be close to the first down. Took a big shot at the 48 of Duke by Jalen Stinson. Sanders has got to feel good here, though, Roddy, huh? His history is pretty good.
It certainly is. Game-winning touchdown last year for Georgia Tech, and he's going to be a playmaker for this Temple team. He faces a 3rd and short.
Here is the 3rd and short. Sadie, the ball carrier, and nothing. In fact, they gave a yard or 2 back on the play. Shaka Hayward, first Blue Devil to the play.
I don't like that play call. Going simple inside zone on 3rd down. I think you're trying to catch Duke off guard. But if you're Temple, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't go for it. Stan Drayton's going to send out the punt unit. But then the short passing game has been pretty decent for him on this drive. DeJuan Mathis' legs are a weapon, especially on a 4th down. Stan Drayton opting to play it conservatively and get his special team some run.
The way the play was down, Roddy, I thought they had 2 plays there.
I thought so too.
Yeah. Mackenzie Morgan the punt. And Jalen Calhoun a fair catch just outside the 10. Blue Devils by 24. We're 5 minutes old in quarter 3. We welcome you back, and of course we're watching one of the 4 new ACC coaches debut tonight. The other one underway in Norfolk is Brent Pry. Of course, for Virginia Tech, Mike Elko here in Durham. Tony Elliott tomorrow against Richmond and Charlottesville. And tomorrow afternoon, 3:30 here on ACC Network, Mario Cristobal and the Canes against Bethune-Cookman, Roddy.
All 4 new coaches in the Coastal Division. Mike Elko obviously being one of those 4. Add playing Temple and Stan Drayton, and 4 new is on the roster, or excuse me, on the schedule for Mike Elko.
Here's Leonard, quick throw on the perimeter, and a little shake and bake by Jordan Moore. And he will push it across the 20, a gain of almost 9 on first down. And here's a look at the remaining week 1. Of course, a heavy slate tomorrow. You see the 6 games there.
Tell you what, you circle those 3 games at noon. A lot of how the league is perceived this year will be decided tomorrow at noon o'clock. Comes on the road at Group of 5 schools. I won't get on my soapbox here, but App and Eastern Carolina are excited for the NC State and North Carolina to be coming to town.
Can you offer me a thought after last Saturday in Tallahassee about what you expect Sunday night at the Superdome in New Orleans with Florida State and LSU?
Yeah, I think LSU is a great unknown, but the talent is undeniable. They're going to have one of the best defensive lines in the SEC, and that, I think, is where Florida State could be exposed some. That offensive line still isn't where it needs to be. But Jordan Travis looked in control, and their ability to run the football was impressive.
Here is Leonard on first down, and Riley Leonard will pick up almost 5 before Jacob Hollins makes the tackle.
I will say about Florida State, I expect that defense to be one of the best in the league. Now, who plays quarterback for LSU is a question. Can they cover Kayshon Boutte is a question. But you look at what Jaden Daniels did at Arizona State. He struggled some in the spring when they changed his fundamentals, but he's a proven commodity in terms of throwing the football. And then if it's Max Johnson or Garrett Nussmeier, those guys have both played as well.
There's a quick throw and a catch by Calhoun for enough for the first down toward the 37. Took a big lick from Jalen McMurray. Roddy, I thought Jordan Travis looked great last Saturday. Now, I understand it was the Dukes of Duquesne, but Jordan Travis, that offense, the 3 running backs over 100 yards. Now, no Amari Gaynor Sunday, that's an issue.
Yeah, he's a rotational piece for them defensively at this point. Kalen DeLoach and Tatum Bethune are taking the first team snaps.
Right.
Hurt them from an overall standpoint, but it looks like they're going to get Maurice Smith back, so at least you get one of your offensive linemen back.
Here's Leonard, little soft shoe move to his left, and then the backside catch was made by Panko. I think it was intended for more, and Riley Leonard got away with an overthrow. 17 yards to Eli Panko here.
Ask Riley Leonard. If you ask Riley Leonard, that's exactly where he was going with the football. Just gave his receiver enough time to turn around and see it. Question is, did he get his hands on it?
Well, apparently he did. They snap it. Here's Leonard. Long throw to the backside, and this is Calhoun breaking away down the far side and shoved out of bounds near the 25 by McCargo.
You know what? Some of this is just getting the ball in the hands of your playmakers, but this Duke team looks so much more athletic and fluid on the perimeter than the last few years. Jalen Calhoun was on the roster, but things like that, just getting him the ball in space with an opportunity to make a play, we didn't see a lot of that the past few seasons.
Yep. Leonard from the gun here on 1st and 10 at the 25. That's Cole Finney, the tight end, in motion. Hand the ball to Coleman. And 7, almost 8 on first down with Jordan McGee riding his back. And I think we had a marker added to the play here. We did. Late flag drop. Right around the 17. Nate Black of the American is tonight's referee.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense, number 63. 15-yard penalty, the down counts, 2nd down.
A little extra. He called 61, I think, was it 63, which is Jake.
A couple of 60s in there. 62 was in there as well. I believe that's Graham Barton.
Did Monk go for the, a little
something extra.
Pile duster there?
Yeah. Honestly, Jacob the Pile. Looks like Nate Black's been cleaning up in the weight room.
Here's Leonard, and just offline for Panko. He thought he was interfered with by Clark. And that will be just the 3rd incompletion of the night for Riley Leonard. 19 of 22 now for just shy of 300 yards.
It's tight coverage. What you don't want to see if you're Kevin Johns, the offensive coordinator, Mike Elko, obviously the head coach for Duke, you don't want to see this offense get to a place where they're just sort of going through the motions and you start to get bogged down. You want to stay sharp. You made your halftime adjustments. You want to see them finish this drive.
Tight end, 3 receivers. And Norm, the 11 personnel group here for Duke in this ball game. Here's Leonard. Slip it to Waters. Tried to make a man miss. Inside the 25. Took on another white helmet at the 20. Did Jordan Waters. 14-yard play.
Now it's 4th and 4. You missed 2 field goals. I think Mike Elko, let's go for it here.
Yep. Offense is going to stay on the field. Oh, here comes the kicking unit with Charlie Ham, who has missed from 51 and 32. And this is going to be right at about 36. To try and make it a 27-0 ball game. On the near hash mark. And Charlie Ham pushes it right through. 27-0. Charlie Ham's second field goal of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the joys of doing games with the mayor of the ACC is the knowledge that's consistently dropped. When I have a question about the league, I know who to turn to. So we're displaying, or we are debuting a new segment, not Wikipedia, Wesopedia, where Wes makes us smarter about the history of the ACC. Wes, the floor is yours.
All right, first of all, shout out to Jen Hildreth, who created the term Wesopedia. Hey, Jen, hope you're well. Mike Elko tonight is the 22nd head coach in Duke history. New Duke head coaches are 15-7 in their debut games. Wallace Wade, who's arguably the most historically significant coach in Duke history, however, has 2 of those 7 losses. He lost both debut games. In 1931, he lost 7-0 to South Carolina. And in 1946, after he came back from World War II, he lost to NC State. By the way, that was when they played annually.
Oh, yeah.
By the way,
I think we can excuse the discombobulation coming back from the war and him losing that game.
And by the way, where did the suit and fedora on the sideline go in college football?
It went away, which is where it should stay.
No. We need somebody to come out and look snappy on the sideline.
How about the DU?
I like the DU sweatshirt.
Bring that back.
I like the Block D hat, too, that Wallace Wade had when he was coaching.
I like Mike Elko's look right there.
You like the hoodie.
The steely look. Yeah, be comfortable when you're coaching.
Yeah.
Times have changed, but Mike Elko about to add his name side of that column.
Yep. 27-0. That's this week's edition of Wesopedia, I guess, huh? Oh, we almost had a big man interception. Up the ladder went Anthony Nelson. Grad transfer from Harvard, Roddy.
Well, he dosed this play perfectly, dissected exactly where the ball was going to go. Unfortunately, the trajectory of the jump just a little bit off. But you know those Harvard guys, they'll be all over it again.
Temple from its 25. Been a difficult night for the offense of Stan Drayton in his debut. James Della Pesca, the tight end, in motion. They get it on the perimeter. This is Hubbard, and he will pick up 5 to the 30. Aeneas Peoples, Roddy spoke of him earlier, playing in that front. I think that part tonight, we knew Dwayne Carter was a terrific player. Jamion made some plays. R.J. Oben a play. We've seen V.J. Anthony tonight, but a little more depth maybe there, Roddy, than what we saw a year ago for sure.
Needed an ACC play.
There's a throw, and Barbone, did he hold on? He did. Terrific catch. Jose Barbone against the rookie Chandler Rivers for 16 yards.
A simple slam one, a nice stem at the top of the route. What a catch. Snags it with that. DeJuan Mathis was under almost immediate pressure there. Delivers it in the face of it. And Temple, a nice third down completion.
Yep. So first down from the Owls' 40-yard line. Best pass play of the night for Mathis, who's now flushed into the near side, and this DeJuan Mathis can do. Gets out of bounds. It'll be a first down at the Duke 41.
Duke was fortunate that Mathis got forced to his right because Adonicus Sanders was on a deep over route going to the left side of the field and actually came open. But Duke has been impressive in a number of ways. I think their skill defensively, the linebackers and defensive backs have done a great job of closing, but the edge been able to create some pressure against this front.
29-yard play, or 29's in the last 2 snaps. That was a 13-yard run following a 16-yard pass. There's a big hit. Ball popped loose on the Dillon collision. And are they going to award it to Duke? They are. Scooped up by Datron Young, the grad transfer from Iowa State, after a massive hit by Cam Dillon.
This is set up by the secondary, defeating the block, being able to get through, turning the receiver back, and then putting your hat on the football. Might have been down. We'll get a review, but Duke up 27-0.
27-0 Duke. You get a look at the Blue Devil bench. The guy with the blue headband, Cam Dillon, sitting next to Shaka Hayward. Turn the volume up at home.
It's a great hit, both by Cam Dillon and Datron Young. create the turnover. Now Duke's going to step up.
Blue Devils take over. 44-yard line. And here is Riley Leonard up in the pocket. Didn't have anything downfield, and he will slide as he breaks midfield to the 47. So it'll be a run of right at about 9 for Leonard and a yard shy of the first. We were never told a review was instigated there, Roddy, by referee Nate Black.
And look, if the replay official, who had the full commercial break to look at it, if he deems that there's not enough to overturn it, or he deems that the call on the field is confirmed, there's no reason to stop it.
Yep. So the play clock down to 6 here. Leonard's got 59 yards on 9 carries. He's Duke's leading rusher, and now we have procedure on the Blue Devils. Now some of the little unforced errors here
5-yard penalty.
are the teachable moments for Mike Elko and his staff as they, you know, have a successful opener, and yet no next Saturday there in Evanston, Illinois.
Yeah, against a Northwestern team that just pushed Nebraska all over the field in the second half especially.
Here's Leonard avoiding the rush to his left, and he got shoved out of bounds, and that was McGee. Jordan McGee, the linebacker, and also Alex Odom.
You mentioned basketball and Riley Leonard playing basketball earlier. The way he was handling the ball might have been traveling if it was basketball, but this is football. You saw a little juke move, get out to the perimeter, a little crossover. How about that?
I like it. McGee, by the way, got into the white where Leonard was hit. Jordan McGee might be lucky they didn't tag him with a penalty. Here's Leonard again, slipping it across the field, and that is Moore. And on third down, I think Duke is going to be just short here. Left-footed spot from the line judge.
You mentioned the sloppiness. Some of that's first game jitters, some of that's, you know, new tempo, head coach, offensive coordinator, quarterback. But it is frustrating. This is a team that was absolutely humming in the first half. Only 3 points here in the third quarter. It's frustrating. You want to keep your team and teach your team to keep their foot on the gas when you got to.
4th and short for the Blue Devils. Waters has come in to the left hip of Leonard. And here goes Jordan Waters, and that's a first down.
Love that. That's an attitude play.
Yep.
It's a simple play, one that you practice a million times over the course of camp, spring. The offense blocked up well. See the center, Jacob Monk, guy who started a lot of ball for him, played tackle, played guard. Now he's at center. That offensive line being physical with that Temple front.
36th career start of the for Jacob Monk tonight at the pivot. 1st and 10. Here goes Waters again, left side. Jordan Waters running through Temple defenders to the 24. 20-yard run, Roddy.
Well, just a second ago, let's get behind Jacob Monk and that offensive line once again. I'm not saying anybody could have run through that hole. Jordan Waters sure looked better than we would have been running through that hole. But that offensive line has been making the running backs look very good.
Riley Leonard's going to let this third quarter clock run out. Duke's going to take a 27-0 lead to the 4th period of play. Well, the script has been beautifully written for Mike Elko on opening night. He'll try and get it to the house next. Well, we go to the 4th here at Wallace Wade. Blue Devil in full effect. By the way, those 26 jerseys, Roddy, you're seeing tonight are Mike Elko had done and handed to all the freshmen in their freshman night program they had here a week ago.
Class of 26?
Yep, there you go.
As long as you don't take the scenic route.
Nicky Dalmolin, the tight end, his first catch of the night.
Some of us stick around a little longer.
Is that the deal?
Yeah, sometimes things happen and you're just there.
Well, we got guys, you know, we got some 7-year guys playing in the ACC this year.
Yeah.
That COVID bonus, hand out another coupon for a year, you know, those type deals.
Well, you get the original red shirt, the medical, and then the COVID year, and you end up being 30 in your senior year.
You were talking about the jersey number thing. How about those free years that were handed out? Huh? How about those bonuses? Right? Second down, and Riley Leonard on a terrific night for him. Going to keep it. Trying to find a blocker. Got a little help there. Graham Barton grabbed him and slung him up the field. Leonard got tossed around on the backside by McGee.
Play looked a little weird.
Yeah.
The way Riley Leonard skipped in the running back's track, it looked like it was supposed to be sort of a zone read or
what,
like a fake-off quarterback power, but Leonard just took off.
It also goes back to Taylor earlier in the game talking about Kevin Johns being on the sideline and the communication aspect of it. You're bound to have some blown call tonight, right? In terms of the communication to get these plays in. Here's Leonard looking left, throwing, and up the ladder went Panko and could not bring it in. Dominique Hill, the corner. Duke is just 1 for 7 tonight on third down.
Yeah, that's going to be an area that they're not pleased with. The third down execution hasn't quite been there. I like him going to the one-on-one. But I think ideally you'd like that to be a little more back shoulder than it was. It's a good play, though, on the defense by Dominic Hill.
38-yard try for Charlie Ham, who's 2 tonight. It's hit from 36 and 29. The spot on the 38-yarder, and the kick is perfect. Minute and a half into quarter 4 at Wallace Wade Stadium. Duke leads. Hey, don't forget a triple header of ACC football tomorrow. High noon, Chris Cotter, Mark Herzlich, Larisha Harris, Alumni Stadium for Rutgers and BC. And then 3:30, George Sedano, Morris Conley. And we welcome Marilyn Payne to ACC Network with Bethune-Cookman, Miami. And then tomorrow night, Drew Carter, Tim Hasselbeck, Kelsey Riggs, ACC Primetime Football, Louisville, Syracuse, all on ACC Network and always available on the ESPN app. I ask you, Roger.
Yep.
Of the games remaining, which one are you most interested in seeing on the ACC ledger between now and Monday night at Mercedes-Benz?
Well, I think there's an obvious one on Monday night that I am very interested in, but Louisville-Syracuse is the one that I want to see because after the top 3 in the Atlantic, Clemson, NC State, Wake Forest, the battle for that 4th spot is really interesting.
Sure.
I think Louisville's going to be excellent on the offensive side of the ball with who they've got coming back in the offensive line. Obviously, Malik Cunningham. But defensively, Monty Montgomery returns. They've got a linebacker transfer from Ole Miss, Momo Sanogo. I think that tandem could be excellent.
And the running back you've talked about, too.
Yeah, Tyon Evans.
Tyon Evans. Here is DeJuan Mathis picking up 13 on first down. I'm going to
yours, Wes.
I'm going to take NC State starting their journey in Greenville.
That's not a bad pick at all. Holton Ahlers has been there for it. We had Holton Ahlers against NC State in his first start of his career at Carter Finley.
That is right. 3 years ago. Actually, 4 years ago. 19, right?
I think it was 18, actually.
19.
No, it had to be.
It was 19.
Yeah, you're right. That's on me. That's on me.
I hear you. So the Wolfpack said all the right things.
Yeah.
Now tomorrow the journey starts for Dave Doran's team. But here, let's watch Mathis here after the first down run. Throw back across, and Chandler Rivers, the rookie, rakes it out of Adonicus Sanders' hands. Okay, Taylor, you're next.
Well, see, it's really tough to go last in these conversations because I agree with both of your picks. I'm really curious to see what Malik Cunningham can do at Louisville this year. But let's go ahead and talk Monday, why don't we? You know, Clemson, Georgia Tech, and obviously a lot of question marks for Clemson just in terms of what was last year. What is the future of Clemson? And as we all know, it's good for the league when Clemson's good. And obviously with the future looking the way it is in the landscape of college football, seeing Clemson either maintain prominence or kind of step aside and make room for someone else to take that spot.
There's a team on the other side of that game, Taylor.
I knew that was coming. Look, he's got a ball on the ground.
Yeah, we do. Mathis was trying to hand the ball to Trey Blair, and Duke has come up with the second turnover of the ball game. Jamion Franklin knocked it loose, and Nick Morris with the cowboy collar on comes running out of there too, but Franklin came up with the rock, Roddy.
Tell you what, Jamion Franklin, that is the peak of human physique right there. Love the big guy in the middle. Somewhat of an unforced error. Not somewhat, it is an unforced error by Dewan Mathis on the handoff. Second time we've seen the ball on the ground on a quarterback-running back exchange, just not on the same page. Duke comes up with the turnover.
Ball at the 34 plus territory start. Jamion Franklin, you're in the program, came over from Notre Dame 2 seasons ago. Here's Leonard, and almost picked. Trying to go to Calhoun on the near side. And Temple got a hand in there. The Brenvin Scott. This was not a particularly good offer from Leonard.
No, and you've got Scott kind of hanging out. He gets a good jump on Leonard's eyes, probably a little bit quicker than Riley Leonard anticipated him being getting out to that throw. It's been really sloppy in the second half, uninspired in the second half.
310 yards tonight for Leonard. Here's another throw. This is Calhoun on the perimeter, up the side, and he will have, I believe, the first down. Yes, at the 21-yard line. Well, Mike Elko talked about turnovers this week. They had 10 red zone turnovers a season ago. You see the -7 turnover margin. Roddy, that's nowhere indicative of the damage the turnovers did to Duke.
No, it's not. And Duke, the past 4 seasons, has been in the bottom 3 in the conference in turnover margin. Finished 15th in 2020. It's the only year we've ever had teams in the ACC. So getting that corrected is certainly something that Mike Elko will want to do.
Coleman with a hole. 15, bounces through. Inside the 10, first and goal. Beg your pardon, Jaquez Moore, the sophomore from Live Oak, Florida. And Scott, another stop out of the Temple as we go inside of 12 minutes to play.
You get a little bit of penetration from the defensive end. You bounce it outside. These running backs have done a pretty nice job today. The offensive line, I think in the run game in particular, has opened up some holes, but Jordan Waters, Jaquez Moore, Jalen Coleman have all shown some whip.
Leonard on the first and goal play inside the 10. And Coleman, or Moore again, leans forward for a couple. Kobe Wilson, the linebacker, helping out on the stop.
You know, Wes, going back to the turnover piece that we just talked about, that turnover margin thing is something that's plagued Duke, but also this offense has led the league in turnovers the past 3 seasons. So even when they've been pretty decent at getting them, they've turned the ball over a ton.
They had 23 a year ago.
It's unbelievable. And the year before that, they were turning it over at an astronomical rate. I believe they had more. I think they had 29 that year.
Right. Here's Leonard. Jontavius Robinson, the catch at the 5, and he'll be brought down. Junior from Gray, Georgia. Robertson, 17 catches a year ago, playing in his 24th career game tonight. That's his 22nd career catch for the Blue Devils.
And Riley Leonard's done a nice job of taking care of the ball today. The one pass that we just saw, really the first one that he put into grave danger. But if the quarterback, if Riley Leonard can be that stabilizing factor, hold on to it. They had a ton of fumbles last year. This Duke offense should be pretty decent.
Now we got movement in the offensive line. I think that might be on 82 Finney, the tight end on the left side.
Ball start. Offense, number 62. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
They have had too many of those tonight.
Yep. But that is, how much of that is reflective of first game, though?
Yeah, a lot of it's first game. Especially because after that first game, you get the punishments for the penalties. I don't know what they are for Duke. Every team's got them, though.
What were yours?
Oh, up downs. 5 up downs for every penalty. Unless it really kind of went a yard.
Yeah.
Like an up down a yard.
There's Leonard throwing end zone. Oh, Panko, did he hold on? He did. What a great catch, Eli Panko. Sometimes it's your night.
Back in the day, day, Wes, that'd be a nominee for a segment on a morning show. Unbelievable catch by Eli Panko. Great concentration.
Oh, you're kind to remember. What a night for Leonard. 25 of 30, 3, 6, and 3. Look at this one.
Of course, this is going to be reviewed. How about Panko getting one hand up to it to bring it where he could corral it?
Oh,
it's coming back.
They're taking it off the board.
They're taking it off the board.
Jalen McMurray was there to watch the control and the feet.
The question is, where are his feet when he has control? He has control now. That left foot is off the ground. The right leg come on the line. So this one, as acrobatic and as impressive as it was, it is going to be taken off the board.
And again, the catch is terrific. But does he have control when that foot hit the ground? And the answer is no.
No, the left foot's on when his left hand first contacts the ball.
Yep.
But it comes off when he's able to secure it with that right hand. And then the question is, does he come down in bounds? Obviously, it does not.
Yeah, they're gonna take this one away. Catch by Panko, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Yeah, if you one-handed it with your foot in, then you get the touchdown out of it.
McMurray, by the way, Jalen McMurray, one of those single-digit guys and one of the real leaders. Young guy, though. Redshirt freshman to win one of those single digits at Temple as a redshirt freshman says a lot, as it does for Adonicus Sanders, by the way, too, Roddy. Crowd looking here on the video board.
Right
Temple now realizes that
therefore is an incomplete pass.
It's an incomplete pass.
It's fourth down.
There you go.
Just glad we were eased in slowly to the replay reviews this season. That was an easy one for us. It won't all be that easy.
Here's Charlie Ham. This will be a field goal right at about 26 yards. He's hit from 36 and 38 in this half. There's the spot and the try from Ham. He missed it. Too steep to the left. So 9:28 to play in the game. It's still 30-0 Duke. Friday night ACC football in primetime, presented by delicious ice cold Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. And we welcome you back to the fabled Horseshoe on the West Campus here at Duke. It has been all Blue Devils from the start tonight, with Roddy Jones, Taylor Davis, Wes Durham, Alex Farmartino is our producer, Corey Huffman is our director tonight. Real ACC Network crew, we appreciate their hard work tonight as we bring you the debut of Mike Elko as the Blue Devils head coach. Temple's gone to Quincy Patterson now, the much traveled quarterback, in to run the offense for Stan Drayton. And Jakari Norwood gets them started. There is a look at QP from Blacksburg, and then Fargo. Roddy, right?
Yeah, a guy that got starting experience at Virginia Tech, transferred to North Dakota State, started the first 7 games for the Bison last year, got himself a national championship. So got replaced by Cam Johnson, but a guy that has had some success at multiple levels.
Yep. So second down and 7 it is for the Owls. With under 9 to play, Patterson delivers a shot across the middle to Ian Stewart, the Michigan State transfer. 7 career games in East Lansing for Stewart, only 1 catch. But he's on the board for Temple tonight with a first down grab to the 35.
Good job of Patterson working from his initial read back to Stewart. Shooting it over the middle, getting a completion.
Quincy Patterson can shoot it down the field.
Yes, he can.
That's Stewart in motion from the near side for the Owls. And Norwood going to crank up the run game here. The Deerfield Beach High School product will pick up 5 to the 40, and the clock moving here in quarter 4. Well, these teams combined have lost 15 straight games. Duke lost their last 8 a year ago. Temple lost their last 7 of the 21 campaign. new coaches here tonight. Stan Dorsa, terrific resume in terms of his stops and his successes. Here is Norwood trying to get to the perimeter, and he is tracked down. That's Michael Reese, who has a couple starts under his belt as a Blue Devil. Top 25 recruit from Nashville here in Durham.
Stan Drayton would like to see nothing more than his offense get something on the board.
Yep.
Not able to climb back in this game. Avoiding the shutout just gives you some positive momentum going into next week.
Yep. So here is Patterson, 3rd and short. They're going to hand the ball on the sweep, and this is Cooper, and he will have the first down to the 49-yard line. And a fresh set of downs coming for Temple, shy of midfield. But here are the guys that Stan Drayton has worked for: Urban Meyer, Jim Tressel, Luke Fickell, Tom Herman, Philip Fulmer, Mike Sherman, and John Fox.
This is a guy that's been under great minds and has picked pieces from all of them. A guy that's been as highly touted a position coach as there is in the country. So we'll see him get this opportunity.
There's a throw overthrown as Stewart. And Taylor, I got to be honest, I enjoyed our visit with Coach Drayton and his coordinators this week too, to find out more about what their plans are.
I did as well, and even speaking with Coach Drayton here today, I mean, we asked him what this moment was going to be like. Like I said in the open, 28 years in the making, and he got emotional during our meeting, specifically thinking about people like his wife Monique and his father, who unfortunately isn't here to see him reach this milestone. Long time coming, and someone who really feels he's living his dream now.
Yeah, and it's nice to see. And there's a toss. Patterson trying to go to Norwood, and off the hands of Jakari Norwood. Here comes a 3rd and long play. And here's the other thing too, Roddy, you sense the alignment from President Wingard, Arthur Johnson, the athletics director, and Stan Drayton, the football coach. And if you need anything in college athletics right now at a place like Temple, who's trying to rebound and all the volatility we got going on, you got to have that.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And they certainly appear like they have it.
And it's been a hard road for these Owls. Here's a throw off the hands of Cooper, and then on the backside, within a whisker, was Johnson with the pick.
And Wes, just talking about the decision to hire Stan Drayton, it's not the easiest decision. I mean, so often head coaches, and particularly head coaches of color, get kind of bogged down in being a position coach, having never been a coordinator, and that could be used against them. Stan Drayton, a guy that came back for the majority of his career, but Arthur Johnson seeing the vision where he's been, being convinced, buying into the man. I commend them for doing that, and I hope Stan Drayton has a lot of success.
Yeah. Bouncing punt for the Owls, and Duke will keep away from the football that's whistled dead at the 19, and we continue with more in a moment. Don't forget, following the game, ACC Huddle After Dark, Roddy, where the #1 goal of the evening is what?
Don't wear a tie.
Eddie
No
Roy.
socks, no tie.
No socks, no tie tonight, by the way. All highlights of this game, Old Dominion, Virginia. More coming up following our broadcast from here at Wallace Wade. And Gavin Spur, yep, that's right, is in the ball game to run the offense. And this is the grandson of the HBC into the ball game. There he is. This is Steve Spurrier Jr.'s son. You see the senior now working on a master's in management studies.
And it wraps the day up. First off, the Huddle Boys, they're working the Huddle Boys this week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I don't know. I heard Mac broke not playing a little put the peg in the ground out there in the Constitution State.
I said they were working hard. I said they were working.
Mac and Iche had a little two-man Ryder Cup going in Connecticut, I heard today. I don't have any highlights apparently for the Huddle After Dark.
Nothing. See, this is why you're the mayor. You're connected. You're so connected.
I just checked there.
Every golf course in the ACC.
No. This was in Connecticut.
It's ACC. Go a little further north, you're at BC.
Yeah. So shout out to those guys, able to get the peg in the ground in September. Huh? Yeah. By the way, Roddy, you put the peg in the ground this week, huh?
For the first time all year.
How'd that go?
Pretty well for me.
Okay.
We were net positive on balls lost the other day.
I don't know who had the bigger weekend. You playing golf. Taylor was in Oregon with Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
Covering Nike high school stuff. I mean, unbelievable what you guys have been doing. Here's Allen on the carry. And the clock inside of 4 minutes. And I think it is going to be just short here. So 4th down coming up, Taylor.
I mean, you had to throw out that Bo Jackson encounter, so you know I'm going to add on that. Yeah, I was out at the Nike headquarters in Oregon covering the NFL and Nike's first ever Nike Kickoff Classic. It's an effort to promote high school athletics and kind of give them an opportunity to shine. It was a really cool opportunity to go out there. Maybe some guys that will be covering an ACC ball in a few years.
Tell the truth. Taylor wins, by the way. That's much better than you playing golf. Timeout in Durham.
Let's go, Blue Devils!
Well, all the Blue Devils are happy tonight. It's 30-0 here at Wallace Wade Stadium. Mike Elko, debut night, trying to post the first shutout in 7. The Eagles of NC Central were blanked 55-0 early in the 2015 campaign.
Got a question for the Wessopedia in just a second.
Here is first down give, and this is Sadie trying to work back up the field. Got a yard or two.
Obviously, shutout against NC Central is impressive. It's impressive to shut anybody out. But Wessopedia, when was the last time Duke shut out an FBS opponent?
Last time they shut out an FBS opponent was November 18th, 1989. 8 miles away at Keenan. In his last game, Steve Spurrier beat Mac Brown 41-0, and that is known as the scoreboard game in these parts, and actually those parts too. The story goes Spurrier took his entire Duke team after the game over to a portable scoreboard they had in the corner of Keenan Stadium, and they made a team photo in front of the scoreboard with the numbers still on.
Of course they did.
Now, you who have won a game in an enemy venue knows how fast the scoreboards get turned off.
Turned off real quick.
That's one of the reasons.
There you go. You will not get that picture.
By the way, Duke's last home FBS shutout, November 11, 1978.
Who was that against?
Wake Forest. Throw to the perimeter, and the catch is made. And that's Trey Blair with under 2 minutes to go, out to the 44 for a first down.
Tried to hit that play earlier on a 3rd down. Shaka Hayward was having none of it. Shaka Hayward not in the game right now, so get the completion. I did have another question for you this week.
Okay.
I gave you some homework.
Yeah.
Said Duke is on its 22nd head coach, Mike Elko, being that 22nd head coach. Which ACC team has had the most head coaches? That was my question to you, and so I guess this is our unsponsored trivia question.
Well, and you see Quincy Patterson get the first down with 1:28 to play. I went back and looked this up. Now, the number of coaches is basically determined by how old your program is, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so the oldest programs in the ACC are Pitt, Syracuse, and UVA, who have all played 132 seasons of football. Virginia has had Tony Elliott is the 40th head coach in Virginia history.
Wow. Cycling through him.
Yeah. Here is Patterson, threw it up for grabs, and it's going to be caught, and the catch is made. Unbelievable grab. And Adonicus Sanders comes back to haul down what for a moment looked like a Duke in their 3rd turnover.
Adonicus Sanders just wanted it more.
Yep.
Comes back, elevates, makes the reception.
So 2nd down with a minute to go for. Here's Patterson looking right and sails it out of bounds, stopping the clock with 52 seconds left, looking for Sanders. I did go back though and look not far behind is Pittsburgh, who's had 36 coaches in their history, and so has Boston College.
Has had how many?
36.
Didn't have Boston College pegged as a carousel.
Boston College is playing their 124th year of football. Pittsburgh, obviously, with Syracuse and Virginia, the older programs, if you will, in the ACC.
There you go. Westopedia, folks.
Sadie, the running back, 3rd down and short here. And here is Patterson from the pocket, incomplete, trying to get Barbone on a crossing route. I don't know that Mike Elko could have asked for a better night.
I think he could have asked for a little bit more production on offense in the second half, but defensively, this was he looks thrilled right now. Defensively, this is a team that was last in the conference, gave up 516 yards per game. They've given up 179 so far today.
Right.
They've played fast, they've played hard.
Here's Patterson. And that ball should have been picked. Merrill was there in coverage. Dylan Merrill, a redshirt freshman from Alpharetta, Georgia. And here's a look at the schedule we told you about next Saturday at Evanston.
The trip to Evanston looks a lot more menacing than it did about a week ago this time, with Northwestern absolutely bludgeoning Nebraska in the second half. But you look at trips to Northwestern and Kansas, and those, for a program where Duke is, those should be ones that you expect to go out and get. But Northwestern and Kansas are much improved. Say what you want about the Jayhawks. That was a team that played much better under Lance Leipold last year. And then because Wake Forest is on with Pitt and Miami, you get 3 ranked teams out of the conference. The question is, where does this Mike Elko team go from here? How do they play against an offense that's going to give a little bit more of a look, be a little bit more together? But today, it's all about the excitement. Mike Elko getting his first win of his career. Congratulations to the new Duke head man.
Yep. And he does it convincingly. 30-0 the final. 2 first-year head coaches squaring off here tonight. These 2 teams will wait 6 years before they play the back end of this series. 2028 is where it sits on the schedule. And if I had Duke and Temple.
If I had to wager, this Temple team, both of these teams would be in much different places. Stan Drayton certainly has his work cut out for him with what he's got on the field, but Mike Elko's got to be excited, and now he's with Taylor.
Welcome to the American Athletic Conference on ESPN. We're at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia as the Patriot League's Lafayette Leopards look to spring the upset on the Americans' Temple Owls. Hi, everybody, alongside longtime NFL offensive lineman Barrett Brooks, Bill Spalding, glad to be with you. We've got 2 offenses looking to turn things up from week 1. They combined to score 6 points last week, but Lafayette walked away with a 6-0 win over Sacred Heart. Meanwhile, for Temple, they're looking for their first touchdown under first-year head coach Stan Drayton, and there's a lot of pressure on quarterback DeJuan Mathis to get this offense going.
Absolutely, but the thing is, they got to go back to fundamental. Fundamental football can help them. They had too many times where they had uninfluenced mistakes that Duke had nothing to do with, which put them behind the buck. I mean, you can't go out there and fumble. You can't have pitches good on the ground. You can't go out there and do those type of things and think you're going to win. So it's imperative they go out and play fundamentally better in order to win this game.
Just 83 yards for Mathis, who, remember, 2 years ago started the opener for Georgia. He was under a lot of pressure, though, in week 1.
Well, his offensive line has to play better. Although the head coach didn't want to throw his offensive line under the bus, they did not play well enough to get any sense of an offense going. They must make sure that they give him protection in the run game, make sure they move to establish a new line of scrimmage. They can't continue to put him under that much pressure and think they're going to get proven results from a quarterback that's pretty good.
Lafayette is a first-year head coach as well. John Troxell's debut at his alma mater ended up with a 6-0 win over Sacred Heart. Leopards have a great defense, led by one of the best defensive ends in all of FCS football, maybe even in all of college football, Malik
No
Ham.
question. He looks the part, too. As an offensive lineman looking at this guy, he looks like he belongs out on a football field, maybe even at the next level, maybe like a linebacker linebacker type of plays for like a team that runs a 3-4. But he has pass rush move after pass rush move. That's what makes him so good. His ability, all right, if you stop his first move, he has a plethora of second and third moves that he can go out there and beat the offensive line.
There is John Troxell, first season at his alma mater, grew up only about 10 minutes away from the Lafayette campus in Easton, Pennsylvania. He had been a head coach at Franklin and Marshall, the Division III level, for the last 15 years. And the first-year head coach, Stan Drayton, his home debut for Temple after debuting on the road last week at Duke, a guy who had a long journey as one of the top running backs coaches in all of football over the last couple decades.
You know, you look at both coaching staffs, new coaching staffs, and then you have Stan Drayton coming in and really wants to establish himself at home as a guy that's going to win here at home. Stan Drayton has a lot of really good athletes that he has to figure out how to mend these guys together and play together. So I'm looking for the fundamentals to come back into focus, do the little things to win games, and that's what makes the big things seem a lot more accomplishable if they go out there and execute.
Temple won the toss and deferred, so Rory Bell will kick it away to freshman Jamar Curtis, who popped a 68-yard return to start off Lafayette's win over Sacred Heart last week. It is Curtis on the ball, and Curtis is taken down at the 9. Evandy Rigby on the kick coverage does excellent work.
Great coverage on this, and this is what kind of helped Lafayette last week in being a better team and opening things up a little bit. Their ability to return. So hopefully this is what they use to get the jump started. This time Temple stopped them, so now they're at in minus territory going out.
True freshman Ryan Schuster did just enough to help Lafayette beat Sacred Heart last week, scored on the ground, but threw for just 8 yards. Coaching staff said he won the job as a freshman by managing this new offense the best during training camp. Has 3 good running backs in his backfield, Sutton, Conyers, and Curtis to work with over the course of this game. And on first down, it is a handoff to Jaden Sutton going for about 2 yards. Here are your players to watch, brought to you by Grand Caliber. Mason Gilbert can be a real mismatch at tight end at 6'7", and then Jordan McGee is a guy who plays with an endless motor for Temple at linebacker.
You know, both guys are going to be challenging each other, but I tell you what, Mason Gilbert, they try to get the ball to him in various ways. You know, they like to run a screen play to him a lot. They ran it a lot, but didn't have some proven results. Hopefully they get it going and get him down the field. But this defense of Temple kind of got things going in the second half, so I see them going out and trying to reestablish that same tempo they had in the second half of the game against Duke.
Curtis up the middle for about 3 more, so freshman Jamar Curtis busy early. That was Demerick Morris and Zach Gill in the middle of the defense combining. First third down today for Lafayette. The Leopards were just 1 for 11 on third down in their season opening win last time out against Sacred Heart.
This is crucial for both teams. Being able to stop a team on third down, get off the field, but then Lafayette going out and establishing some type of passing game against this Temple defense.
See if Schuster airs it out for the first time, the freshman from Macomb, Michigan. Play clock winding. Schuster looking to throw. It's a delayed handoff. Beautiful read, the first down, but a flag. So Curtis picked up the needed yards, but it's likely coming back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great counter off what they did last year. So let's hear the call first.
Referee Tim Rich today.
Holding. Offense number 71. Half the distance to the goal line. Still third down.
That's the center, John Olmstead, one of the 2 seniors on this offensive line, and this is a dagger for Lafayette early.
Absolutely. When they get the first down to convert on it, holding call by the center, he felt the defender coming off. Sometimes as an offensive line, you just got to let him go. He might have still made the first down even with the defender being on top of him, but you hate that when you're an offensive line because you get hit with the flag. You can have the greatest game in the world, but you're always getting hit with flags, and then, your name gets called.
3rd and 12 for Lafayette. Watch Leighton Jordan coming off the edge for Temple on the blitz. Keep it on the ground, and it is a short gain. We'll punt. In fact, that was Schuster who was hammered. Everybody followed the running back, but it is Schuster smacked down by Jordan all the way back at the 2 on that zone read.
You talked about fundamentals. This team was fundamentally sound. turn around. Schuster had the ball.
Even Leighton Jordan didn't know the quarterback had the ball.
Exactly.
He turned and followed the running back.
I mean, that was a great play fake. Fooled the eyes, but then I saw the quarterback sitting back there, and he hit him, made the play. But that's just how fundamentally sound that defense of Temple is starting to be.
So because of the penalty, a 3 and out for Lafayette. Jacob Trestick, junior punter, back in the end zone, and we have flags first.
Neither team can afford these type of penalties.
False start. Offense number 54. Half the distance to the goal. 4th down.
And this is what we talked about. Going out there and getting penalties that are uninfluenced by the opponent. Pre-snap penalties, you just can't do. They kill you every time. So they've got to get back to basics and dig themselves out of a hole. Their defense will be behind the buck right now, probably more than likely.
Grad student Jose Barbone back to return. He is in the plus 34 as he brings it down and is immediately dropped. Really strong punt coverage from Brian Hennessy in Lafayette. Beg your pardon, that's Dylan Aguilera, the long snapper, stepping into his starting role today with Billy Schaefer out. But it's plus field position here for Temple to start.
That's what a long snapper does. He goes out, and if he goes out and makes the tackle, he's going to talk about that all game. His ability to go out there and make a play. I'm not just a snapper. I go down and make tackles.
But at Temple looking for its first points of the season after being shut out against Duke. DeJuan Mathis couldn't ask for better starting field position here. Redshirt sophomore, remember 2 years ago he started the opener at Georgia. Last year passed for close to 1,400 yards, but did have a couple big games for Temple. Start on the ground. This is Darvon Hubbard turning the corner and working his way ahead for 5 yards. Your grand caliber players to watch: Adonicus Sanders, transfer from Georgia Tech, really good wideout for Temple, and Marco Olivas is legit at middle linebacker for Lafayette.
Yes, he is. But you talk about a guy that can go out there in Sanders and win a single-digit number in just the offseason. In spring football, that just shows the caliber player that he is, that he's able to go out and do that. That's a big for this Temple team to be a single-digit type of player.
Mathis keeping it himself here on 2nd down and short, and Lafayette stops him up with Samaj Cross combining with Jair Stevens, just a 2-yard gain to set up 3rd and 3. You mentioned those single-digit numbers. If you're new to Temple football, that is a tradition going back to Al Golden, given to players who stand out for their toughness, their grit, their determination. Stan Drayton loved keeping that tradition, and like you said, Sanders earning it in his first season stepping on campus.
That's really hard, and for him to go out and influence this team and also the coaching staff is just a feather in his hat, the type of player he is.
3rd and 3, Mathis to throw, looking for Jose Barbone. He's got him inside the 5.
That's the great chemistry that these two have and that they had during spring ball. They got to get it going like this. If you look at it, when you give him time, when you give Mathis time, he can go out there and execute. That was a pretty ball just throwing where his receiver can catch it right over the back shoulder. Great play by this Temple, and they can get things going now, going into the end zone.
29-yard gain sets up 1st and goal for the Owls, looking for their first points of the Stan Drayton era. First-year offensive coordinator Danny Langsdorff, who's had a long, winding career to end up here at Temple as well. All right, it's on the ground for 1st down. Hubbard, shoulders in, touchdown Temple. Darvon Hubbard, the transfer from Texas A&M, has Temple's first touchdown of 2022.
First touchdown of the year, and you put it on the big fellas up front. Run in behind the tackles, right in there. Pull the guard, double team up front. The running back just follows his offensive line, cuts back, wide open. And sometimes you got to take the defender into the end zone. Took the linebacker for a ride.
And ran right through Sekou White, who was Lafayette's leading tackler last week. And now Rory Bell is on to kick the point after. Sophomore out of Wilmington, Ohio, in his 2nd year as the starting kicker here. It's like Temple maybe a player short here. And at the last second, they're going to rush in Dion Hawkins.
That's one of the little things that Temple needs to make sure they tie up. Not having enough players on the field.
They do get the snap off with 3 left on the play clock, and Rory Bell executes.
This new look offensive line worked out for him.
Hey, you're right. Temple shook the entire offensive line up this week. They blocked the way for Darvon Hubbard to get the Owls off and running, leading 7-0 in the first. Temple on the board for the first time this season after a 4-play, 39-yard drive capped by Darvon Hubbard's 3-yard touchdown. But Barry Brooks, the play that really set it up was this 29-yard connection from D'Wan Mathis to Jose Barbone.
Great separation at the top of the route. He was able to bend in that the cornerback inside, create separation, and it's a great pass by Mathis going over on the side, over shoulder catch. This is what this team can do and they haven't been doing, that didn't do the first game.
And that's that arm talent that Mathis has. That's why he was a top-tier recruit. It's why he started at Georgia 2 years ago. It's just a matter of finding that consistency with this group.
Yes, he has to make sure that the offensive line goes out and plays as a cohesive unit. Give him time. He can make some special plays happen.
Well, after Jamar Curtis returned it just to the 9 on the opening kickoff, he takes a fair catch here, so it will be better field position for Lafayette to start drive number 2 after penalties doom their first drive to a 3-and-out.
Fundamental football, get back to basics, do the little things that we saw them out here working on that they did the latter part of last week's game in which they got the victory.
Ryan Schuster hasn't had a chance to throw it yet. Last week he was 8 for 17, but those 8 completions netted just 8 yards. A lot of bubble screens, a lot of negative plays last week, but it was Schuster's legs that made the difference in the 6-0 win. He ran it home for an 18-yard touchdown. When you talk to the Lafayette coaching staff, led by offensive coordinator TJ DiMaggio, they say they've brought this zone read offense in, and the reason that Ryan Schuster supplanted Ashawn Davis, last year's starting quarterback, is that he picks up these reads best of all their quarterbacks.
Yes, if you look at Schuster, he has not just functional mobility, but he's a pretty good athlete. And running the read zone, he's able to make that read off the side, whether to hand it off and take it. He's done that this year.
And you got movement before the snap there. Lafayette really hurting itself with penalties early. That's already the 3rd penalty
Offense, number 19.
on the Leopards.
5-yard penalty.
This Leopards team is not good enough to just go out and make things happen after they shoot themselves in the foot.
That was the wide receiver Chris Caracia moving early on the outside.
Once again, they're trying to get the ball outside, get it out to their best athletes with these speed screens. I really think this Temple defense will be ready for that.
So 1st and 15 for Lafayette. Senior Jaden Sutton, who rushed for 43 yards last week in the backfield for the Leopards. And Sutton gets the call on 1st down into the teeth of the defense and going nowhere. Middle linebacker Jacob Hollins combining with Zach Gill, the redshirt senior and transfer out of North Carolina.
Yeah, offense is 11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end, but the tight ends line up in the backfield. And it's almost like a little misdirection where he follows the tight end, but then, you know, you could tell the defense was ready for him because they had more people in the box than this offensive line could block, which allowed them then to make sure they didn't have any yards on the run play.
Putting this freshman quarterback into obvious passing situations. It's 2nd and 14. Keep it on the ground, and again, there is nothing there. Jacob Hollins, transfer out of powerhouse Garden City Community College, right into his starting role at middle linebacker.
I tell you what, this defense is playing at a high level. Although they're playing a 3-3 defense, 3 linebackers, 3 defensive linemen, they're creating pressure up the middle, making sure they reestablish the offensive line and making things happen.
Got movement there after a hard count from Schuster before 3rd and 13.
Offense.
And if that wasn't tough enough, let's make it 3rd and 18.
3rd down.
As it was the snap infraction that time on John Olmstead, his 2nd penalty.
They need to sit back, everybody breathe, because at this point you're not helping yourselves with these free. These are things that they're hurting themselves with. Temple is not making this happen. They are jumping offside. So until they clear this up, it'll be a long day for this Lafayette offense.
See if Schuster finally puts it in the air. Third and long, Schuster escapes some pressure. See how he can use his legs there. He's brought down by Lysine Toure back near the original line of scrimmage. It's another 3-and-out for the Leopards.
Now, he has that ability, but they need to have a better play selection, better calls. Although there's nothing in the playbook that you can go out and get a 3rd and 20, You know, it's possible to ask a freshman to go out there and make a play against a Temple team that's ready for it.
Trestic on to punt again after his first punt went 35 yards. Returned for no gain by Jose Barbone, who's back to receive again.
Once again, Temple will start in great field position.
And we have flags again. Pre-snap motion for the second straight punt.
Offense number 99. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
It might be that the moment's too big for this team.
There's Malik Ham, who gotta love a star defensive end who's also on the punt coverage team.
Shows the caliber of athlete he is. He can run like a deer. Why wouldn't you have him on everything you can have him on to have him influence the game in a positive way?
So now punting from their own 19. It has not been a great start for the FCS Patriot League squad, Lafayette. It's a good punt, though, by Trestic. Goes 51 yards in the air and keeps on rolling.
Great punt.
56-yard punt for Jacob Trestic to flip the field position a bit.
Yeah, he really helped his defense out. Getting the ball in negative territory, for him.
So Temple's defense off to a good start. Offense scored on its first drive and will have the ball back after a good punt by Trestic. This American on ESPN Plus college football game is presented by Roofclaim, presenting partner of the 2022 American Football Championship game. Well, game number 2 of the Stan Drayton era so far off to a much better start than game number 1. I know so many folks around football were so happy to see Stan Drayton finally get this shot. He's been one of the best running backs coaches in all of college and even NFL football over the last couple decades.
Absolutely. He's had guys like Zeke out there. You know, Zeke Elliott from the Dallas Cowboys. They speak highly of him. All of them speak highly of him and his ability to coach at a high level.
The second drive today for Temple, and the ball's on the ground. Lafayette recovers. Just the play the Leopards needed as Marco Olivas ends on top of the loose football.
Quarterback, you can't allow this to happen. You know you're going to be running in between. The defensive linemen going to have their hands out trying to make the tackle. Once again, a fumble. Read option, takes it. Great tackle by the D lineman. You really want that. Poor defensive lineman really played well on that play.
Yeah, Adam Port Jr. out of Altoona, Pennsylvania knocked it loose. Marco Olivas gets on top of it. And Lafayette in plus territory starting at the Temple 28 after the turnover. We talked to Marco Olivas this week. He said Lafayette was looking to prove everybody wrong, prove what he said were the doubters wrong, and show that they could win this football game.
They get their offense going, and they probably could compete.
Look at this reverse. Here is Julius Young. Back to the quarterback, Schuster. All the way around to Joe Gillette. 4 different Leopards touch the football, and it nets the biggest gain of the day so far, a first down for the Leopards.
A little tricky, and once again, they're trying to get the ball outside to their athletes. Run a reverse. With reverse action, you hand it off on the jet sweep. You throw it back to the receiver going around, then back to the quarterback. Get it out to your receiver on the outside, and it's the best yardage they've had all day.
12-yard gain to Gillette, followed by a 2-yard gain on first down. This ball back on the ground to Jamar Curtis. Curtis and Jermaine Conyers, top 2 running backs, along with Jaden Sutton for this Lafayette squad. Conyers actually followed John Troxell from Division III Franklin and Marshall, where he rushed for almost 800 yards last year.
A little inside zone on that play.
He goes out, and Jaden Sutton comes into the backfield on 2nd and 8. See Temple really loading the box with 8 inside the line of scrimmage area. Schuster to throw, putting it up for the top receiver, Julius Young, and it pops out. Oh, he made the adjustment, just couldn't haul it in.
And if you look, the ref threw his hat down, meaning he stepped out of bounds. Did he reestablish himself, even if he did catch it?
Very good point, Barry. Keep an eye on his feet near the sideline. Yeah, you're right.
Stepped out before.
Yep.
In the NFL, we call that illegal touching. You can't be the first defender to catch it if you step outside. Out of bounds.
He actually did hold on to the football. It was the hat the referee threw that ended up down on the turf.
It's under further
They're going to
review.
review this just to confirm, but I think we just saw on the replay there his right foot goes out of bounds before he comes back in and makes the catch.
Yeah, you got to reestablish yourself back into the playing field in order to catch it, and then keep your feet in bounds and complete the action of having a catch.
Wayne Pollard leads the replay crew here today at Lincoln Financial Field. It's a heck of an adjustment by the senior Julius Young, a Patriot League all-second teamer last year.
A lot of confidence in him catching the ball. It's just when the ref throws his hat down.
Yeah, watch that left foot again. The yellow on the spikes even kind of helps you see it. It's out of bounds right there. Some good confidence shown, though, by Schuster there. Very confident back shoulder throw where only his receiver could catch it.
And they need to rely on Schuster a little bit more. Yes, he's a freshman. You know, he's out there, but you got to trust it. He won the starting job, so you got to open this offense up, especially when you're playing a big game against a big opponent for this Lafayette team.
Watching from another angle, and again, you see he actually steps out maybe twice with that left foot.
Yeah, but, you know, he might have got his feet in to reestablish it. You know, if he gets his feet in and reestablish, not like the NFL. NFL, once you step out, you cannot touch it afterwards. But if he gets his foot back in, his foot's in, and he catches it.
I'm not sure, though, Barrett, that he ever actually got that foot down back in bounds before making the catch. I think after he made the catch, he got the foot down. But did he get it down to reestablish before the catch?
Right.
To me, it didn't look like it.
Well, that's why I'm not a ref. But at least, you know, at this point, Lafayette has shown that they can compete at a high level with this Temple team.
And you see how turnovers absolutely changed the momentum of the game as well.
I mean, just last week, I mean, they just didn't have what you needed to win the game, not because of physically, but it was just all the mental mistakes that they had.
After further review, the receiver was pushed out of bounds, came back in bounds, and reestablished, caught the ball, touchdown.
All right, Barrett. You saw it at the end there.
I try.
Score one for Mr. Brooks and score 6 for Lafayette on the touchdown from Schuster to Young.
And it's just what this Lafayette team needed. They needed this type of score just to show that they can compete. And this will probably open up the offense and them trusting Ryan Schuster to get the ball down the field.
First career touchdown pass for the freshman who ran one in last week. Here's Jacob Trestic to kick. He missed his only point after attempt in the 6-0 win last week. This time Trestic sails it straight on through, and Lafayette capitalizes off the turnover to tie the game up at 7.
Yeah, you know, we talked about Davis, so.
How about that readjustment from Julius Young? Lafayette is here to win. Busy slate of American on ESPN Plus action tonight. Good one at 6 o'clock. Old Dominion at East Carolina. Then Northern Illinois and Tulsa at 7. Lamar and SMU also at 7. How about that ODU East Carolina matchup? You got Old Dominion coming off the win against Virginia Tech, and East Carolina just 1 point behind NC State last week. Came down to a field goal at the end. A very impressive performance from the Pirates last week.
Yeah, at this point, neither team knows that they're not supposed to win or even come close to teams like that. NC State, you know, just barely beats ECU. And then, you know, Old Dominion beating up on Virginia Tech. You just can't count these small teams out, as apparent here with Lafayette and Temple, 7-7.
Lafayette goes 28 yards after the Dwan Mathis fumble, scores on a 10-yard touchdown pass from Schuster to Young. Malik Cooper on the kick return out to the 26, and that's where Temple starts drive number 3 today. And Mathis has to get it back together quickly now.
Yes, he got to get that offensive line going. They have supreme confidence in the new lineup that they have there. Mathis just has to settle down a little bit. Don't try to do too much and allow the game to come to him. Get in the flow, you know, get in a rhythm. You know, it's kind of sporadic in how this offense is going when you need to have more of a rhythm going into a game like this.
Mentioned that reshaped offensive line. They have switched the left guard, the center, and the right guard. Only the tackles have stayed the same, Isaac Moore and Adam Klein. Mathis quick out to Jose Barbone, and that is a solid 6-yard gain on first down before Gabe Du Bois, the cornerback, brings Barbone down.
Give, you know, Mathis a little taste of our consistency. Just get it out there 6 yards. It's like playing catch. Pitch and catch, 6 yard. Now your playbook's a lot bigger when you're going 2nd and 4.
And on 2nd and 4, Darvon Hubbard, who's gotten the bulk of the carries today, picks up a first down with a 5-yard gain.
This offensive line starting to take over a little bit, push guys around. When that offensive line starts to really impose his will on actually a smaller defensive line, look, double teams on the front side, back side, it washes him down, and then Hubbard just follows in behind and cuts back and picks up the first down.
Again, that line today, Isaac Moore still at left tackle. Bryce Toman moves into the starting role at left guard. Wisdom Corshi moves from right guard to center. Jermaine Donaldson into the starting role at right guard. And then Adam Klein remains at right tackle. It's a first down carry, and look at the space for Darvon Hubbard. 17 yards and another first down. Again, there were 3 running backs who got the lion's share of the carries
trap
last week. Sadie, Norwood, and Hubbard. Hubbard has been the bell cow today.
Yes, you know, it is run a simple tackle trap. You know, pull the backside tackle into the hole, he kicks out the defensive lineman and gets great yardage.
Here goes Hubbard again, give him a quick 12 more yards and another first down into Lafayette territory. Barrett Stan Drayton, a running backs coach at heart, he told us, I want that guy to get hot. Right now he's got the hot foot in Darvon Hubbard.
Yeah, running behind Isaac Moore. I mean, he's pushing guys around.
Mathis's pass is batted down at the line. Safety Deron Gilbert, is senior from Detroit, up on the blitz there.
Yeah, you got to do something to stop the running. So what do? You blitz off the outside, crash the end, and it just happened to work on his pass play that he was able to get in the passing lane on it and knock it down. But they had to do something to stop the bleeding as far as the run. In order to stop the run, you got to close those gaps up. So you slant your line and bring somebody in off the outside to fill the gap on the outside.
Now Illinois grad transfer Jakari Norwood in at running back. Mathis looking to go deep. Slings it over the middle and just overshoots his intended target, Ian Stewart, who had flashed free.
Yeah, you know, it's a skinny post on the outside. Wide open on the play, and Mathis just has to get it to him. That's one of those things that, all right, he's open, and you just don't get it to him. Mathis has a quick release. He should have took his time on that play and just delivered a straight shot to the wide open receiver on that play.
36 yards passing on 2 of 4 completions for Dewan Mathis. 3rd down and 10 for Temple. Owls converted their only 3rd down try so far today. Get it to the outside, and Darvon Hubbard again following the lead block. He gains most of those yards to set up 4th and about 3.
Yeah, you get a little screen on the outside, get your tight ends out there blocking, great blocking on the outside, and then you just force the issue.
They're going to go for it here. Well, officially a 4th and 4.
You know, Stan's a head coach. He's a running back. He wants to go behind the big uglies, the offensive line up front. He feels his big guys are bigger than their defensive line and can push them around.
Bring Norwood in, split out Adonicus Sanders to the top. He's in motion now. On 4th down, Mathis underneath and incomplete. Off the hands of Stewart, who was short of the sticks anyway. Oh. Lafayette's defense holds.
If only he looked at the backside. It was a wheel route on the outside. Wide open on the outside. But you just forced the issue to the eye. I know that's where the primary read was, but it was more, if you just look at the number carrier, there's more people on that right side. Why not go to the left side with wide open Adonicus Sanders sitting out there on the wheel route?
And Barry, you're running the ball right through Lafayette, and all of a sudden you pass it 4 straight downs and the drive stalls.
Well, sometimes you get too cute. Run the ball, do what got you down there.
How this game has turned, all of a sudden Lafayette's got the football with a chance to take the lead. Schuster on play action, he'll keep it. And Schuster smacked. Hard hit from Yvandi Rigby, who's been busy today. Let's look back to Lafayette's last drive after the Dewan Mathis fumble. Coming in as an FCS team, you got to take advantage of these miscues.
Yes, and that's exactly what they did. They run the trick play, able to get it out to their wide receiver on the play. And then the perfect back shoulder throw. Scores a touchdown. They have confidence now that they can now score against this Temple defense.
Schuster to Young for 10 yards and a touchdown. And let's see if that settled this freshman quarterback into college football. 2nd and 8. Design quarterback draw. And Schuster shows off that shakiness to gain about 6 more yards. A little slippery to set up 3rd and officially 4.
Yeah, you look at, at this point, the offensive coordinator has a lot of faith in the freshman's ability to go out there and make a play, whether it's by his feet and by the pass. So hopefully he opens it up with the pass a little bit. That may open up the run game for him. They're going into a lot of no-back, trying to get the screenplays going. So this might be a screenplay here.
Temple could use a really big play from their defense to flip the momentum here. 3rd and 4 from the 32.
One-on-one on the outside to the left.
And they go to that one-on-one, and Julius Young wins the battle for a first down and a gain of 6.
And that's against Jalen McMurray, one of their better corners, number 7, a single-digit guy. That's supreme confidence in a rookie Schuster to throw to one of their best DBs.
Took a hit as well from Leighton Jordan.
Yeah, looking down the mouth of the blitz also.
Yeah, Lafayette coaches told us you didn't get to see the real Ryan Schuster last week. Once the game was going the way it was, they didn't really open it up. They were trusting their defense, didn't let him sling it downfield. Starting to see the guy who won the job through training camp this year.
Now we're wondering, I'm no longer wondering why, Davis isn't starting.
Handoff goes to Jamar Curtis, and the freshman's knocked backwards. Forward progress gives him a yard for the freshman out of Waldorf, Maryland, who was the Washington, D.C. Player of the Year at St. John's, one of the top high schools for producing college football players in D.C.
Yes, and DiMuzio trusts him. He trusts a lot of guys right now, especially the guys up front, to kind of move this defensive line around a little bit.
Started 5 freshmen last week, Lafayette. They're a very young group on offense.
It's the only way to get better is go out and play, get the reps.
Curtis gets it again, and he is wrapped up for a loss. Set up 3rd and a full 10. And Kobe Wilson, the backup middle linebacker, in there to make the tackle.
Yeah, the defensive line is now starting to get penetration up the field, and penetration kills all run plays. But now, do they trust Schuster to make sure he delivers a good ball to the receiver on this 3rd and 9?
Clear and obvious passing down for Schuster. Lafayette's already picked up 1 3rd down on this drive. Four-man rush on the screen. Gillette has to go up and get it, and then down he goes. In fact, that's Elijah Stewart on what is likely the final play of this opening quarter. Lafayette will have to punt.
Yeah, I think they're going to the well too much with the speed screens on our screen or tunnel screens where you throw it out to the receiver, have the offensive line go up and try to pick some of them DBs off to open up running lanes.
All right, there is quarter number 1 of the books, and we got ourselves a game here. Temple started hot, but a fumble from DeJuan Mathis flipped the game. Lafayette goes and scores, and we're at 7-7 after the opening quarter of football. A punt to Temple coming up to start off quarter number 2. 7-7 as we head to the second quarter. Lafayette and Temple. Temple started red hot, but back-to-back drives from Temple have seen a fumble and a turnover on downs. Owls about to get the ball back again as Jacob Trestic will kick it away for Lafayette. Jose Barbone out to receive. Trestic at a 57-yarder on his last punt, and this will get a generous roll as well. This one gives him 48 yards with about a 15-yard rollout at the end, and Temple starts at its own 12. So Stan Drayton, first-year head coach, Temple program that has seen a lot of coaches since Al Golden back in 2006.
Yes.
Was the first to wear that shirt and tie on the Temple sideline. And you can kind of see the momentum that Al Golden built at the end, followed through with Steve Adazio, Matt Rule, and Jeff Collins. Rod Carey got to a bowl his first year. Last couple of years did not go well for the Owls, and so now Stan Drayton's trying to build this program back on up again.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit, but you got to win the recruiting battle in Pennsylvania, and I think they're starting now with the addition of Coach Drayton comes out, because he'll be able to get guys going in the right direction.
Look at that shake and bake from Jakari Norwood, the Illinois transfer, who gains 11 on first down.
So you watch they blitz, they run a run blitz, and he runs right by it. Where the blitz comes from, you run right in behind it, and it opens up.
That was Shamaj Cross, who is starting today at outside linebacker in place of Billy Schaefer, a great senior linebacker who was banged up today. Give it to Adonicus Sanders coming off the end, and he jets forward for about 8 before A.T. and Tentang, the defensive back, takes him down.
And this is where you find the biggest difference between these two programs. The offensive line versus the defensive line of Lafayette. You got big, strong guys up front. They still need to build a better offensive line, but, you know, when you can start moving guys around that are smaller, they're probably averaging about 245, 250, going against guys 300 pounds, eventually, you know, the laws of physics take over, and that meat starts moving guys around a little bit.
Norwood on the carry, surges ahead for a first down, 5 more yards.
The greatest play in football right there. They just ran power. You know, double team the front side, pull the backside guard through, bring the tight end through, and you follow in behind it.
I know you want to get D'Wan Mathis in a rhythm here with Rutgers coming next week, but it feels like right now you can run the ball on every play and just punch it right down the field. Mathis on the quick out, it's incomplete, and he has missed on his last 5 passes.
He's got to settle down a little bit. You know, he's just going too fast. The game needs to slow down to him. The only way that he can accomplish that is by settling down, looking what the defense is giving him. He's not getting harassed any from the guys up front. They're doing a really good job of protecting them. So he needs to slow his mindset down, slow his thinking down. That way the game will come more naturally to him.
In fact, he's missed on 4 of his last 5. Did throw a 6-yard completion in that series of downs where they turned it over on downs. Norwood finds a good seam and 8 more yards for Jakari Norwood, who in 4 years at Illinois had 120 rushing yards.
Look, double team up front, you get up to the backers, push them out the way, and just let that linebacker pick a hole in which he wants to go through.
Barry, all the movement in the line this week, how challenging is that as a lineman when you got different pieces coming in around you?
It is challenging when you don't have depth, but evidently this Temple team has depth at the offensive line, so you can move guys around and have interchangeable guys. So these guys up front starting to mesh a little bit.
It's 3rd and 2. Mathis keeps it himself, and he has stood up, and he lost the football again. Lafayette takes it away on Mathis's 2nd fumble of the opening half.
This is incredible. You know, you got these feisty defensive linemen down there just grabbing and yanking at the ball. He needs better ball security. We talked about it earlier.
Jair Stevens knocked it out.
We talked about it earlier. You got to play fundamental football.
Well, turnovers keeping the Leopards in it. They have the football in plus territory when we come back. Well, we knew this Lafayette defense was feisty. They forced 2 turnovers now. Jair Stevens ripping it away from D'Wan Mathis.
Yeah, you know, he goes in, tackles the ball instead of tackling the offensive player. You know, Mathis got to do a better job of ball security. This is the 2nd time that he's fumbled. You can't allow yourself to go out there and make mistakes, especially when you're the most important guy on the team, and that's the quarterback. You can't do that.
Last 3 drives for Temple. Fumble, turnover on downs, fumble, and now Ryan Schuster taking a deep shot for Chris Caracia. Broken up. Had it in his hands before it was whacked away by Deshaun Winston, grad student safety.
Great play. Went and attacked the ball at the highest point. Didn't allow the receiver to turn around to make the play. He had plenty of time, plenty of protection. Nice ball, actually. Since the defense turned around and made a play.
I like that mentality, though, from this Lafayette group, going for the jugular there after the turnover.
Looking for the big play. They're starting to trust Schuster.
You can see he's so much more confident than he was last week as well.
Absolutely. His offensive line is playing well.
Hit as he throws this time, and it's incomplete behind Caracia. Right as you mentioned, the offensive line of jailbreak up front.
Just as I say that, you know, that's exactly what happened. Right at the minute, Dominique Morris just imposes his will on the offensive lineman, presses him back, bench presses him, knocks him down to rush the quarterback.
That was Dominic Hill on the coverage as well to set up 3rd and 10 for Lafayette. What do you think? You get 5-6 yards here, all of a sudden it's 4-down territory?
At least get enough for to go for a field goal.
A little more time for Schuster here. They go to the screen, and Joe Gillette is slammed down. So no room for Gillette.
It's too easy to read, Bill. I mean, you can tell what they're doing before they even do it. In fact, if you look at the defensive line, they stop, don't even rush. Look, he turns around and is following the play. I mean, that was basic fundamental football.
Very good job by Darian Varner, another one of those single-digit guys, the defensive lineman, to go out and make a play. And that's a big stand from the Temple defense, forcing the 3-and-out after the fumble.
Absolutely, and you talk about a good play. Varner just read the play. He saw it was too easy getting up the field, turned around, looked around, backtracked, understanding they love to run the speed screens.
So now Trestic will look to pin Temple back from his plus 42. That takes an unfortunate bounce for Lafayette, kind of dies. Only a 25-yard punt. It sets Temple up at the 17. Can the Owls get something going? 3 straight turnovers on the last 3 trips. A lot of Temple action coming up on ESPN Plus, including the men's soccer squad taking on St. Peter's on Tuesday, and the women's field hockey team taking on Quinnipiac on Friday. Find it at espnplus.com/AAC. Speaking of men's soccer, Lafayette actually beat Temple in men's soccer yesterday, so they're trying to do the double. They beat Temple in men's soccer, now trying to beat them in a different version of football today. It is 7-7, and Dwan Mathis back out there at quarterback. He has struggled a bit today, just 3 for 7 through the air, and he has fumbled twice. The Owls locked in a close one here early in the second quarter.
They're showing they belong on this field with this Temple team.
Temple's run the ball well, 76 rushing yards already today with Jakari Norwood in the backfield. Mathis looking to throw, and now he'll run. Legs are a weapon for him, but that was an awkward slide.
That was definitely awkward. It almost looked like he hurt his knee on that play.
Well, Temple fans lucky to see him getting back up. Catch your breath on a slide like this.
Absolutely. But I think it's just he's not feeling sure about what he's doing out there. There's instincts and there's just guessing. I think he's guessing wrong, which is allowing him not to play full speed.
2-yard gain, 2nd and 8. Mathis flushed out of the pocket and just has to throw it away. One thing this Lafayette defense can really do is disrupt the quarterback. Haven't even had to mention Malik Ham yet today. Temple's contained him, but Jair Stevens is in the backfield again.
Yeah, Jair Stevens is having a great game. His ability to get up the field, I'm finding him to be one-on-one against a lot of tight ends and running backs, and he's definitely making it happen against those smaller type of blockers. They're making Ham rush with the big guys up front, so it goes hand in hand. They want to stop one guy, somebody else has to fill that role.
So now on 3rd and 8, Mathis pressured. Mathis goes down! Damon Washington, the defensive lineman, gets through. Temple goes 3 and out.
We got to watch this pass rush again. Look in the middle. Watch it spin by Ham. That's pressure right there, and then on the outside, gets up the field and makes the play.
And you're getting single teams when you're another defensive lineman because so much of the pressure is being shifted over to Malik Ham.
Washington's one-on-one. He's going to make that play. He beat the guy one-on-one. Ham has to go through 2 or 3 people, and he was still able to, create pressure so he couldn't step up. So Mathis couldn't step up, and then Washington came in and finished the play.
Here is Aussie Mackenzie Morgan on to punt for Temple. Stan Drayton singled him out as having a great game last week. That could be a flag there, and a flag is out as Joe Gillette had some contact while fielding at the 48. As of now, it's a 36-yard punt, and there may be a 15-yard penalty tacked on.
It looks as though, you have to be able to catch the ball unimpeded.
Now, the flag did come from the sideline, so that makes you think maybe it would be a holding call, but I am shocked there wasn't a kick-catch call.
There is no foul for the defense having 12 players on the field. It was legally 11. Timeout on the field.
So no flags at all, plus field position again for Lafayette. The Leopards playing some great football in Philadelphia. Full slate of AAC football tonight on ESPN Plus. It's 6, East Carolina at Old Dominion. We've talked a lot about that game already. Then it's 7, Tulsa and Northern Illinois, along with SMU and Lamar. Don't forget at 3:30, Cincinnati takes on Kennesaw State. Well, on that last punt, Joe Gillette hauled it in, even with some contact. We thought there probably should have been a flag. Would have set Lafayette up at the Temple 33. Instead, Barrett, the Leopards start this drive at the Temple 48. It is a running play on first down and a turn of the corner for Jermaine Conyers, the transfer from Franklin and Marshall. Again, that is shocking that there was no flag there for kick catch.
We used to call it halo. You got to have a halo around the guy, but That seemed too close for me, too close for comfort.
And you bumped him, too. It wasn't just close. It's a 2-yard gain for Conyers, and it sets up 2nd and 8. The first 5 minutes or so looked like Temple was ready to run Lafayette off this field, but 2 turnovers, a 3-and-out, and a turnover on downs for Temple. Lafayette's gotten a Julius Young receiving touchdown, and the Leopards are right in this game as we wind toward midway through this second quarter. Conyers picks up 4 more, give them 3 officially to set up 3rd and 5.
Yeah, you know, they just ran a counter tray on that play. You know, front side they double team, backside they pull the tackle and the guard up into the hole. You know, you look at the defense of Temple, they're able to reestablish the line of scrimmage, push those guys back, and give them little to no gain on the play.
Temple defense forced a 3-and-out in the same spot in the field last drive, looking to do it again. It's an empty set here for Schuster, the freshman quarterback. It's the 38 for a first down. Pocket collapsing. Schuster escapes one, but he's driven down for a loss. Schuster sacked for the 2nd time today. Leighton Jordan finishes him off.
You know, great read up front. Look at run a twist up top, blitz the linebacker on the outside.
It was Jordan McGee who made that first pressure, and then Jordan, who was the spy, coming up to finish it off.
Great enthusiasm, tempo. That's exactly what this defense needed to get them going in the right direction.
You want to talk about enthusiasm? I think DJ Elliott, their first-year defensive coordinator, had us ready to jump out of the computer screen and onto the field with his enthusiasm. We talked to him.
If they get any point that, you know, as good as he is as far as how passionate he is for the game, this could be a dangerous defense.
From the 45, Barbone fields at the 15, a 30-yard punt, just a 2-yard return, hammered down by a cavalcade of Leopard tacklers.
Okay, now they're going forward. This offense has to get going. They can't go in 7-7 going into halftime. I don't know what you have to do, but they have to establish something. Now I think that they should run the ball, run the rock, establish the run, milk the clock a little bit, and go down and score. Mathis has to make sure he takes this offense down the field.
And I think we may have a change here at quarterback as we get a look at John Troxell, the first-year head coach for Lafayette. This is E.J. Warner in at quarterback, the son of legendary quarterback Kurt Warner.
Yes.
Taking snaps here for Temple in the second quarter. It's a first play handoff for a gain of 2. Now that means that Warner has jumped ahead of Quincy Patterson in this week's depth chart as well. So Warner getting second quarter snaps here. True freshman out of Phoenix, Arizona, communication and social influence major. His family has lived in Phoenix ever since Kurt wrapped up his career there playing for the Cardinals.
Exactly. And I'm going to tell you the truth. You kind of pointed this out at the beginning when we were watching the team warm up in front.
Quick sling from E.J. Warner to the outside, and Jordan Smith for first down yardage.
And that's why he's in there. They're more confident in his ability to throw the ball down the field. Get the ball out on time, throws a very catchable ball to the outside, trust his receivers to make a play. That's why E.J. Warner's in there right now.
Well, they needed some kind of spark. They'd scored a touchdown on their first drive. Since then, you had a fumble, turnover on downs, fumble, and 3-and-out.
Yeah, I wondered how long it was going to take for them to make a quarterback change. You just can't hurt your team like that.
Play action, Warner to the outside. Ian Stewart makes the grab and gains a quick 7, calling a nice snappy pace for him as well.
He knows where he wants to go with the ball. He's getting the reads out, turning his hip, slinging it out there. As you can see, the team is starting to lighten up a little bit. They're starting to get a little more enthusiasm, a little more pep in the step.
Darvon Hubbard into the teeth of the defense, and Marco Olivas combines with Preston Forney. The strength of this Lafayette defense is its front 7. You got seniors in Olivas and Forney at linebacker. Seniors up front, as you see, DeJuan Mathis has been now relegated to towel duty around the play caller.
Well, I mean, they needed something to spark this offense. And EJ is definitely a guy he's brought some enthusiasm to this offense.
And again, Warner going ahead of Quincy Patterson, the Virginia Tech and North Dakota State transfer who was second on the depth chart last week. 3rd and 1. It is Hubbard shouldering down, keeping his feet into the second level, where Sekou White brings him down after an 11-yard gain and a first down.
Great balance. He shows all the Rams a simple inside zone play. They cut off the backside, and he's made the cut, and he kept his feet going to get the extra yardage.
I beg your pardon, that's Edward Sadie, the 3rd running back of the game, in for Temple, and Sadie lowers the shoulder once more, keeps on moving the legs, and picks up 8. So a sparking running back as well here from Sadie, who was the starter last week, 3rd into the game this week.
You see the spark up front. This is just a counter trade. They pull the backside guard and tackle, block the front side, and he just follows his block. A very patient runner in Sadie. Picks the hole and just sticks his head forward behind the shoulder pass and gets it going.
Couple of first downs already on the drive. Now 2nd and 2 for Warner and the Owls. Sadie ducks behind his line, met just a touch short of first down yardage. It'll be 3rd and less than a yard as the front 7 bows up for Lafayette.
There's a lot of plays in the playbook for 3rd and 1. And when you're 3rd and 1, your offense is on time. You know, it's a very simple down to do.
And they're in 4-down territory here as well, so you can even take a shot here if you wanted to. Flag is down. Warner will take that shot down the sideline and just out of reach of Jose Barbon. That looked like a free play. Now 3 flags out at the end of that one. One in the backfield, 2 right at the line of scrimmage.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both on the defense. Offside defense number 7. That penalty is declined. Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 7. Contact to the head, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
All right, so they got Lamasi Mete twice there. First he was offsides, then that contact to the head on Warner. Tags him for 15 yards and moves the chains for the Owls.
You bailed them out. That's one thing you can't do. You can't bail the offense out on that play. I mean, it's 3rd and 1. They were going into 4th and 1. Give yourself an opportunity to compete. You can't compete, especially now that they're in the red zone with foolish penalties.
Now, so far, E.J. Warner has provided a spark in his first drive in this game. Keep it on the ground. Full head of steam toward the first down sticks. And that is 8 more yards for Darvon Hubbard, who cycled right back in. Hubbard up over 50 yards.
Look at the patience these plays. You know, double team up front. Just get in behind those big uglies, follow them. You know, nothing cute about that play. Nothing flashy. We're just going to run the ball up front, pound, ground it out, and just follow your big boys, you know, for 8 yards.
Hubbard's been good. He's getting about 7 yards a chunk right now in this game.
And you look at his offensive line, they're loving it. They're starting to get lathered up. This is what football is for an offensive lineman.
2nd and 2. Hubbard skips to the outside. Good pursuit from Lafayette. Hubbard gets the first down, but nets only 3. Marco Olivas, Samaj Cross, Preston Forney all involved defensively.
The defense is starting to get a little tired now. Guys up front, you know, you take that pep out of their step. This defense is made to rush the passer. They're not necessarily big enough to stop the run, especially with big guys up front.
Yeah, they're a good run-stopping team at the FCS level, but it's a different size of offensive line here at Temple. Hubbard on the delayed handoff is stood up for the first time today. We say hello to Malik Ham, who can get involved in the run game as well.
Yes. What is it? Just inside zone. Inside zone, you block front side, you leave one on the back side. You left him because he wasn't the most immediate threat. He's still able to get up the field and make a play.
Ham still looking for his first sack today. He enters tied for the all-time lead at Lafayette, 25 career sacks, tied with Harrison Bailey, who played in the 90s. 2nd and 9, Warner looking for the end zone. It's a touchdown! Ian Stewart, first career touchdown pass for E.J. Warner. First Temple touchdown reception for Ian Stewart.
Great read by the quarterback. He saw the fade route develop. Wasn't scared to his arm. Look, he looks outside, he sees it. Takes his time, delivers a great ball on the fade route to the outside. Great pass by this young QB. Kurt will be proud of his son for that.
Read that so well as Stewart looped around on the backside. The Michigan State transfer hauling it in from the freshman out of Phoenix. in his first year here at Temple, and now Rory Bell puts it right down the middle. So after the offense had stalled, they get a jump start from E.J. Warner, and he leads them all the way down the field, capping things off with a touchdown pass to Ian Stewart. E.J. Warner officially a college quarterback. Well, E.J. Warner comes in to spark a struggling Temple offense, leads him 83 yards, caps it with this touchdown pass.
Yeah, you know, they needed something to get things going. At this point, you know, Mathis just didn't do enough to really get this offense off on the right foot. The best thing he was doing during the first half was handing it off. E.J. Warner comes in and gives it a little light, a little spark. And, you know, it changed for this whole offense after that. The offensive line started blocking better. The read started coming to the young quarterback, and he could read it a little faster than Mathis could.
Yeah, Mathis was just 3 for 8 for 42 yards and fumbled twice. Warner goes perfect through that series, capping with the touchdown to the Michigan State transfer Stewart. So now Lafayette finds itself behind for the second time today at a 3-minute drill here for the Leopards before halftime. Remember, Temple gets the ball to start the second half as well, so an important drive for Lafayette.
Yeah, they're going to have to go out there and they're going to have to throw the ball. You know, you can't continue to run the ball. And I don't know at this point if they're confident in having Schuster throw the ball in the middle of the field, because they're going to make sure Temple's defense is going to make sure that they stop the outside passes, these little screen routes and things of that nature.
Temple defensive coordinator DJ Elliott had 3 positives, 3 negatives coming out of the Duke game. One of the positives was he thought the 2-minute defense before halftime against Duke was very good. Get another look at him here. It is delayed handoff to Jamar Curtis. And that seemed to surprise the Temple defense a bit. He had 6 yards, one of his best gains of the day.
Yeah, they ran on the outside. They ran a sprint look, read option look on the outside with the speed screen, and they handed it off with the draw coming back behind it. Everybody's looking for the outside pass on the screenplay, and then right behind it, just hand the ball to the running back, and, you know, he got 5 yards on it.
Clock is winding, though, 2:13 and counting here. Back to the ground, and Curtis spinning forward for about 2. Safety Alex Odom up to make the tackle.
Yeah, they're still going to try to keep a heavy box just in case they try to run it. But it's one-on-one to the outside. Do they trust Ryan Schuster to push the ball down the field?
3rd and 2. Schuster keeps it himself and surges across the line for a first down. That second effort gives him 3 and moves the chains. And now you wonder if Lafayette will pick up the pace now that
they're going to have to. They're going to have to.
Clock winding, a minute 45 and counting. Schuster has Curtis with him. Moving the pocket. Schuster airing it out, nearly picked. Dominic Hill almost had it as it was underthrown toward Chris Caracia.
We call that turn protection. Turn protection. You got going the outside and trying to get it out on the almost like a sprint right option. Didn't have enough behind it rolling out.
Good pressure from Jacob Hollins, who's had a good second game with Temple, the transfer from Garden City Community College.
That's back in my old stumping ground. I went to Kansas State. Garden City's in Kansas.
It's been a journey for Hollins. He's played at Fresno State, Illinois, Garden City, and now here at Temple.
Sounds like my NFL career. I played for 5 teams.
Go on the delayed handoff. There is space here for Jermaine Conyers, but it closes incredibly quickly. Jordan McGee, one of the top tacklers and leaders of this defense, redshirt sophomore from Dover, Delaware, sets up 3rd and long. And Temple will take timeout here. They want the ball back one more time.
You know, defensively, Temple's trying to make sure that they keep enough people in the box to stop the run. And they don't mind on the outside manning up on the corners. You know, Elijah Clark. McMurray, he's out there. Paul's out there. Guys that can go out there and cover one-on-one, which is allowing the guys inside the box to play the run. So if they can continue to rush the passer and man up on the outside, and they don't challenge those guys on the outside, it's easier for this defense to go out there and eat with those type of numbers in the inside and stopping the run.
Yeah, right now at this point, they have held Lafayette to only about 65 yards of offense. So Lafayette gained 118 last week, 65 in the first half here. Coming up at halftime, we'll learn about Dr. Nikki Frank, a 50-year head coach of the Temple fencing program. And we'll look back at first half highlights. And I think I've plenty to talk about with the change at quarterback for the Owls here.
Absolutely.
3rd and 12.
They're in a dime front.
Schuster set to throw, and down he goes. Leighton Jordan.
Great stunt off the left side, right side of the offense. They run a ET stunt on the inside. In goes in, he goes up and makes the sack. The tackle went on the outside.
Jordan had 2.5 tackles for a loss, a sack and a half last week against Duke. He picks up a sack here. Temple again takes time out, and the Owls get the ball back with a little more than a minute on the clock and a chance to throw the freshman E.J. Warner into a 60-second offense.
Yeah, you know, this is a preparation. If not for this week, next week against Rutgers. They have to make sure that they're confident in running a 2-minute offense with the young quarterback, because this may be a sense that, you know, this offense can move forward with E.J. Warner being the starting quarterback. His ability to run the ball, make, you know, on-time passes.
It's Rutgers next week, UMass the following week here at the Link, and then Memphis to kick off AAC play, and basically AAC the rest of the way for Temple. The Owls block the punt, and they'll have it in plus territory.
When it rains, it pours. That enthusiasm is starting to be what they needed to get going in the right direction. E.J. Warner started this, unblocked, unmolested, going off the edge.
That's Devon Fox coming off the end to block the punt. And then DJ Woodbury there to finish it. We've got a flag
Temple,
down.
there is no yardage with this foul.
And a sideline infraction on Temple. Now still will be Temple football inside the 25. So now those Stan Drayton timeouts really pay off, as you don't even have to rush here with 71 seconds and just 22 yards to go.
It's becoming infectious. EJ comes in, gets him going, they block a punt.
You may be wondering, how did E.J. Warner end up here at Temple, coming all the way from Phoenix? Well, there is a connection to the first-year offensive coordinator, Danny Langsdorf here. E.J.'s brother, Cade, played wide receiver for Nebraska, and Danny Langsdorf was the offensive coordinator for the Huskers. Temple keeps it on the ground here with Jakari Norwood for a 2-yard gain.
Say 6 degrees of separation. Came in to talk to his brother. EJ heard the conversation, ends up with his with the offensive coordinator here at Temple.
You say 6 degrees. I'm pretty sure that's only 1 degree of separation, right? 2nd and 8. Warner to throw. It's out to Norwood and incomplete.
Oh, little wheel route. That should have been a catch. That's a legitimate drop. I mean, he'd have still been running right now if he'd have got it out there a little sooner. EJ's going to learn from that. But the running back still has to go out there and make that play.
They like Norwood as a 3rd down back and a pass-catching back, though he'll pop out of the game here. He had that 3rd down back role last week against Duke as well.
Well, he won't have that role if he keeps dropping passes as easy as that. This is a must score for this Temple offense.
3rd and 8. Warner, quick release. It's a 1st down to Ahmad Anderson inside the 10. Boy, quick decisions from E.J. Warner.
You see it. The game is slowed down for E.J. Warner. He sees it and lets it rip. There's no hesitation in it.
It's good control of this hurry-up offense as well. Edward Sadie straight up the gut and into the end zone.
The momentum is rolling, baby. It's rolling.
A 9-yard carry for the redshirt sophomore from right here in Philly, and Temple has scored twice in the last 3 minutes.
Nothing but power. They call it power football. This play was called 17 power. Double team the front side, pull the backside guard into the hole on the linebacker. Watch, pull it around, reads it, and he follows right in behind that pull block of the guard, of the right guard, right off the left side.
Now, people always talk about Bill Belichick, and you get that 2-for-1, a touchdown at the end of one half, get the ball back, score again at the start of the next half. Well, Temple's just gotten itself a 3-for-1, 2 touchdowns in the final 3 minutes of the opening half, and they'll get the ball to start half 2.
See how the tempos change when E.J. Warner comes in the game. He gives them a newfound life. Things start to happen. Defensively, they start making plays. The offensive line starts going out there and really blocking, hitting the second level, pushing guys around in the middle of that offensive line. And the running backs, this is when they really get it. You know, Sadie Hubbard, Norwood, all they want to do is just hit guys in the mouth, drive them off, and let the running backs run in behind them.
We've also got a battle of the bells today. You saw Edward Sadie over there ringing the replica of the Liberty Bell after his touchdown
look,
run.
pull around, boom, blast them, and then run in behind an offensive line. You know, when you get to the secondary, as an offensive lineman, you've done your job. You're drive blocking guys, and the secondary is trying to make a tackle. That means the first and second level, you've blocked that and maintained that. Now it's up to that safety to come make a play. That's a business decision for a safety. He didn't want to go out there and tackle these big running backs. So you've done your job with the offensive line coming off the ball, making sure they're imposing their will on the smaller defensive line.
And Temple up over 100 yards rushing now. Just wrap it up on that battle of the bells. So you got the Liberty Bell. Temple rings that when something big happens on their side. Lafayette also has a bell, and there's a really touching backstory as to why. And it's about this guy with the football now, Joe Gillette, who is taken down. Gillette, top wide receiver for this group. He was diagnosed with lymphoma back in December, and he spent the entire spring semester. He would come to school Sunday through Thursday. He'd drive home, he'd get his chemotherapy treatment, he'd hop 6 hours in the car back to Lafayette. He'd be there for football practice on Monday morning. Did that the entirety of the spring season. He is now cancer-free, in remission, and they have a bell on the sideline that symbolizes the bell he rang when he wrapped up his chemotherapy treatment. And for John Troxel and his team, it's supposed to signify if you are tough, if you are gritty, if you make a tough play, kind of honoring Joe Gillette, you ring the bell as well. And Lafayette has played tough today, but Temple has found that spark at the end of the first half, and it's come in the form of a freshman quarterback, E.J. Warner. Temple takes a 21-7 lead into the half.
Just great story, you know, but I mean, E.J. Warner comes in, he moved his way, surpassing Quincy Patterson, and is now leading this team.
And it was just the spark the Owls needed, maybe a season changer for this Temple group. They lead by 14 at the half. They'll have the football to start half two. And we welcome you back to the American on ESPN Plus, where Temple leads Lafayette 21-7 as we start half two. 2 touchdowns in the last 2:40 for the Owls to take the lead. They'll get the football here to start the second half as well. With Barrett Brooks, Bill Spalding, glad to be with you. E.J. Warner totally changing the game. The true freshman quarterback takes over late in the second quarter. 2 touchdowns on 2 drives with him at the helm.
Yeah, he just showed confidence in his throwing ability, confidence in learning how to, you know, run this offense. You could tell by his demeanor. Body language is everything, and he didn't come into this game looking like a scared lamb. He came in this game like a lion. He knew the offense. He knew he could take control of the offense, and he went out and showed the rest of his team that he's good enough to be the starter.
4 for 6 for 43 yards, 1 touchdown through the air, and Edward Sadie capped off the second drive with a touchdown after that completion you just saw to Ahmad Anderson set up Temple first and goal. So now this is a half for Warner, maybe to establish himself as the guy moving forward for Temple.
He needs the reps. He needs these, you know, these experience of being out there and playing in a game full speed. He's been in practice doing it, but now he can really assure himself that he belongs out there. So if they do go into next week as a starter, it won't be new to him. You know, he's had practice reps, he's had game type reps, game speed.
Squib kick to Malik Cooper, and he gets out as far as the 21 before Marco Olivas leads a group of 3 Lafayette tacklers to bring him down, and Temple takes over, looking to extend a 2-touchdown lead.
Yeah, Warner, you know, he's the man right now. As he steps on this field, this team is securely confident that he can run the offense. He knows where the ball is supposed to go. The game has slowed down to him, and that's why he's having this production. He sees where the ball is supposed to go, and he's taking advantage of his receivers going out there and making plays for him.
83-yard touchdown drive and 22-yard touchdown drive on the 2 trips with E.J. Warner at quarterback. Start the second half on the ground. This is Darvon Hubbard, who scored the opening Temple touchdown. And this was just before the start of the second half. And hey, credit to Juan Mathis, right out there doing his job to be a teammate and help E.J. Warner warm up.
Yeah, you know, but you see the demeanor, you know. He was a starter, and he just didn't have the funk that you need to go out there. He's in a funky type of attitude. And I understand he just got benched. But the only way you can keep your job is play to the height of what you can do. And he definitely didn't do that. 2 fumbles is just 2 causes for this team and could have cost him the game.
Temple's run the ball well today also, 123 rushing yards. Now Hubbard has 58 yards on the ground and gets the call again. And the Lafayette defense starting strong as the ball comes out. Jair Stevens recovers, and it is a third Temple turnover.
That's exactly what head coach Stan Drayton talked about. Too many missed opportunities, too many mistakes by this team. Another ball on the carpet. That's 3 fumbles. 3 fumbles. Good blocking up front, pick your hole, get up there. They brought another defender in there, but you got to secure the ball, especially when you get around that line of scrimmage. This team of Lafayette have definitely gone out and done some drills for stripping the ball. That's what they've been doing since they've been in this game. They're trying to do this. This has been coached into them, and it's working for this defense.
It was Olivas who forced the ball out. Replay officials still taking a look. Remember, every turnover is reviewed, but he gives the go-ahead. It is a fumble, and Lafayette football starting at the Temple 15 with a chance to make it a 1-score game. 62 yards of offense in the first half for Lafayette. Schuster the quarterback, Sutton the running back on first down. And we've got whistles.
There is no foul for an illegal shift. Lafayette called their first time out of the half.
Lafayette has to burn a
30 seconds.
timeout only 54 seconds into the second half off the quick change.
Yeah, you can't make a mistake down here.
All right, we're going to take one more look at that fumble from Darvon Hubbard. It did seem like the ball came out late. And they did look at it and say it was a fumble.
And the ball's falling out. Now, yeah,
yep.
It's
was a fumble. Yep.
Yeah, that's why they get paid the big bucks and we don't, man. They see stuff like that. The ball was out clearly before his knee touched the ground.
Well, that's a tough one for Darvon Hubbard as well, as he was running really well. Seemed like maybe in position to snag the primary running back job, but now you put one on the ground and got to imagine that opens things back up a bit.
Just goes to show, back to fundamentals. You get in the crowd, hold the ball up.
On first down, Schuster looking to throw, goes underneath Julius Young, and he gains 2.
That's a simple play. That's the best play in football also as far as passes. Sprint right option. Just roll out. They run a little out route on the outside, pitch and catch.
3 catches for Young today, 20 yards and a touchdown. Schuster is 6 for 9 for 34 yards. Schuster will throw again. Pressure coming. He's crushed. Absolutely obliterated by Jordan McGee.
Great blitz concept. They unloaded the box, meaning they put everybody on the outside. They rushed from the outside, and they didn't pick the number count up. The back loses who he has on the play. That's actually the back's man in protection. As I said before, they moved the linebacker outside of the box, which lightens the box up, and then they brought him from the outside. That's the back's man. He has to be conscious of where the blitz is coming from, especially when it's his man in his assignment on the play.
3rd and 16 after the McGee sack. Pressure again. Schuster escapes it. Schuster tucking a run across the 10, dipping inside. He gets down to the 6, just a yard shy of the first down marker. And you got to imagine the offense will stay on the field here, down 2 touchdowns.
I suspect they will. And that's just hard-nosed football right there by Schuster.
We'll go for it. 4th and 2 officially from the 7. Schuster running behind. Sutton dives forward. It'll be close. He's got it. Needed the 5 exactly. He has the 5. Move the sticks, 1st and goal.
That's when you make the 11th guy on the field become somebody that you have to account for. Usually the quarterback is not accounted for. When you can run like Schuster, it puts you in a better position.
The ruling on the field is the ball carrier was down with the ball short of the line to gain. That's a turnover on downs. First down.
Wow. Didn't even measure it. Saying he was down shy of the line, giving it to Temple. They may review that while we step aside. As it stands now, Temple makes a 4th down stop. here comes the ruling from the official, and it is a first down for Lafayette. So we were listening as we came back because it was being announced, and his knee down. Schuster crossed the line for a first down. That's how you and I both saw it live. They reverse it and do the right thing on review, move it forward by about half a yard, and that was enough to make a difference. First and goal, Lafayette.
It was clearly, you know, the football was clearly across the line. His knee hadn't touched yet. To us, it was almost clear, but I'm glad they did go back and look at it just to
Lafayette
cross the T and Dr. Eyes,
down 2 scores. First and goal from the Temple 5. Jaden Sutton on the carry. He's the biggest of the 3 backs that play regularly for Lafayette, but runs into a wall. McGee, Rigby in the linebacking core. Jordan McGee and Evandy Rigby team up for the tackle.
Yeah, they stay in 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends. They run to the power side. Defensive line for Temple was able to press back and not allow any movement.
Sutton, it stood up. It's a loss. Jacob Hollins, Trey Thomas, and a couple of defensive linemen, Demaric Morris and Zach Gill, all involved.
Great play on the defensive side of the ball. They pinched the outside and ran the linebackers on the outside, and they meet them right there in the hole for no gain. In fact, a loss.
Third and goal, back to the 5. See if they go to the air with Schuster here. He has Julius Young, his top target, in the slot. That's Gillette in motion. Gillette's free. Schuster threw it behind him, and it's broken up. Jalen McMurray bats it free. If he let him, it was a touchdown.
If he let him, yes. This is sprint right option, the best play in football. Sprints out, he's open. The ball's got to leave his hand earlier than that. In fact, he should have thrown the ball maybe 2 steps earlier on this play. But hey, at the end of the day, Jalen McMurray goes up and makes a huge play on the outside.
That was nearly 6 going the other way with McMurray breaking on that route. Lafayette will go for it here. 4th and goal, down 2 touchdowns. It's Young in motion this time. It's the same play. Back the other way, Mason Gilbert is wide open.
Throwback.
Touchdown, Lafayette.
So that's what they set up, the sprint right option to go back with the throwback to the tight end. Great play call. Look on the backside, it goes lines blocking, and then goes out. Nobody's on him. They rush everybody from that side, blitz everybody from that side, and where they blitz from, you throw back to where the blitz came from. He's wide open by himself, set up by the previous play by sprint right option.
Offensive coordinator TJ DeMuzio in his first year after coming over from Monmouth. Put that one on the top of his resume, Rio, with the 2-play setup there. Lafayette within a touchdown. It is a 7-point game after the Jacob Trestic point after.
That's great football here. If you look at it on the outside to the offense's left, they blitz the outside, bring everybody on that side, and the tight end just sneaks out by himself, throwback, wide open, nobody around him. And that's kind of one of the hardest plays to play, especially when you're sitting there all by yourself.
And there's Gilbert ringing the bell. We talked about what that bell means. This Lafayette team, the first team All-Patriot League tight end, pulls Lafayette within a touchdown. Credit the Leopards. They haven't had big offensive numbers today, but twice Temple's turned it over on his own end. Both times Lafayette's punched in for touchdowns.
Yes, you know, and that's just them going out and executing when they have to execute. They may not have the yardage, but every time there's a turnover, they've tried to take advantage of it. So the 2 scores they've had in the red zone, and they don't have far to go in, execute on offense, and take advantage of the mistakes of this Temple offense.
That's how John Troxell's group is going to win in the Patriot League this year.
Yes.
Rely on that senior-laden defense that's very opportunistic and take advantage of the good situations you're put in on offense. Pooch kick here, and it comes back to the Temple cornerback, Keyshawn Paul, out across the 25. Down to the 27, so Lafayette this half has tried to kick it away from Malik Cooper.
Yeah, you got to keep it away from him. You know, his returning ability is pretty good, so it's good. No, but I want to see how this offensive Temple comes out. do they rely on Warner executing the offense, pushing the ball down the field, running stuff that's associated with his skill set? It should be entirely different from what they had with Mathis. He should be throwing down the field as opposed to trying to run the read option.
After the Darvon Hubbard fumble, Jakari Norwood in it running back this drive for Temple. Norwood on first down is hit back. Just absolutely destroyed by the safety Dylan Crossan.
They're trying to do everything they can to stop the run. They're bringing guys from the outside. Safeties are filling on the run plays. This is where you turn around and you take that aggressive nature and use it against that defense.
Crossan is another senior in this Lafayette defensive group. 4 years of struggle to get to this point for this Leopard team. Loss of 3, 2nd and 13. Quick out to Jose Barbone, turns the corner, gets a lot of yards back out to the 32 to make it 3rd and manageable, 3rd and about 5.
They throw a little speed screen on the outside. He bows out on the wheel route, gets it to him. Great blocking on the outside by Sanders.
Warner's now 5 of 7 for 50 yards. This is his 4th drive at quarterback. They're for 2,500 yards at Brophy High School in the Phoenix area last year. Stepping in as a true freshman. Barbone's wide open. Warner hits him. It's another first down into Lafayette territory.
Great pass. It's even a better route by Barbone. Takes on the double move, gets the cornerback, catches him peeking inside on the quarterback, and throws it over the top.
Hit him for 24 yards on first down. It's a 3rd straight completion to Barbone. This one gains only about 4.
That's nothing but a wide handoff. Just get the ball out to your best player, one of your best players on the outside, Barbone, and run for about 2 or 3 yards. It's just an extended handoff.
Jose Barbone, grad student out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His first year as the primary wide receiver. There have been some good playmakers the last few years on the outside for Temple, and Barbone next in a long line of great Temple receivers. Sanders in motion. He takes the handoff. Adonicus Sanders hadn't gotten involved in the passing game yet, has carried the ball twice. Again, he won a single digit as a first-year transfer from Georgia Tech, 5th-year college football player. Talked to him a bit this week. He said he knew his role when he got here was to be the professional in a young wide receivers room. In fact, Stan Drayton said before Sanders got here, the wide receiver room was immature, and he taught him how to be mature and how to approach the game, and that's why he got that single-digit jersey this year.
They just needed somebody to look at, somebody professional that can go out there and accomplish what they need to accomplish, and at that time, somebody they can look up to settle them down.
Pressure coming on 3rd and 7, and Warner overshoots Barbone. He had Olivas and Forney both bearing down on him. It was a jailbreak blitz up front.
Yeah, up front, I don't know. I mean, they cut right there instead of staying up and blocking them. I guess they're trying to get the defensive lineman's hands out of the passing lane. You usually do that when you have shorter quarterbacks. You cut the guys at the line of scrimmage, cut them, get their hands down. But as you can see, guys like Marco or Olivas, he jumps over the cut block and in to really influence the pass and have him throw, have Warner throw it over the quarterback, the wide receiver's head.
Stan Drayton chooses to punt here from the plus 41, as this is a beautiful punt, but I believe we had a fall into the end zone. We'll see for sure. It is a touchback, as Devon Fox couldn't keep his feet. We'll talk a bit about that decision to punt it here when we come back. Lafayette football from their own 20 next. This American on ESPN Plus college football game is presented by Geico, proud partner of the American Athletic Conference. So it's 21-14 lead for Temple. Lafayette will take over at the 20 after Stan Drayton elects to punt from the Lafayette 41 on 4th and 7, playing the field position game here. You like that choice?
Yeah, I think he wants to flip the field. Understand his defense is playing at a high level right now, which is giving him the opportunity now, especially the way Lafayette's punter's been playing. He hasn't done a good job of getting the ball down the field from the 2nd and now into the 3rd.
Well, and on top of that, remember, Lafayette's 2 touchdowns have both come off turnovers in very short fields. They have not yet marched down the field like this. Schuster at quarterback, 7-11 on the day for 40 yards. Does have a touchdown pass to Julius Young. Schuster on the handoff, and it is blown up. Oh, just absolutely nailed. Darian Varner, the sophomore defensive lineman, hammers Jamar Curtis.
You know, great penetration. They slant the line. Nobody's blocking them on this blocking scheme. You know, it's inside zone, and in inside zone, you have to leave one backside because you only have enough blockers to block front side. And he goes out and really levels them on that play because he runs untouched and hits the back almost at the mesh point.
It's now likely a passing down for the freshman Schuster, who has those 2 touchdown passes to Young and just last drive to Mason Gilbert on the rollback. Keep it on the ground on 2nd and 13, and Jermaine Conyers gains nothing. Been very conservative on this half of the field that they're play calling today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, anytime they've scored, they've always had a short field. This is why Coach Drake did not go for it on 4th down. They really feel as though they can trust their guys on the outside, man to man, and stop the run with the defensive line in the middle with those linebackers scraping.
3rd and 13. Pocket collapses. Schuster will run, absorbs a hit. Schuster's still going, and he's ripped down shy of the 1st down. Kobe Wilson makes that 1st down saving tackle. It is a 5-yard gain, and Lafayette goes 3 and out.
Yeah, you know, DJ Elliott, the defensive coordinator, is going to have a lot to talk about on this play when they get in to watch film come Monday. You cannot think that you can hit guys and run, you know, and run through them. These are big, strong quarterbacks right here, and you have to wrap up on them. You have to miss tackles of what hurt him last week.
Tackling was his #1 priority coming into this game. He said they only made 78% of their tackles last week. He charted every single one.
Yes.
So Temple on Monday and Tuesday, they had really physical live period practices. Well, that was nearly a disaster for Trestic, who dropped the snap, gets the punt off, and honestly, if you're Lafayette, you take that punt getting to midfield here after that near disaster. It is a 26-yard punt, and again, Temple will have very good field position. So Stan Drayton's decision to punt pays off. Temple starts in plus territory next. Lafayette hanging tough, but it's Temple football leading 21-14. Reminder that Temple Athletics has a busy week ahead. Tuesday night, the men's soccer team hosts St. Peter's at 7 Eastern. Then on Friday, it's the Owls field hockey team facing off with Quinnipiac 5 Eastern. You can watch all the action only on ESPN+. If you're just joining us, it was 7-7 late in the 2nd quarter. DeJuan Mathis was pulled after 2 fumbles. E.J. Warner, making his college debut, has thrown for a touchdown and sparked the Temple offense, and he is on time with a beautiful pass to Jose Barbone to open up this drive, 15-yard gain.
Great flick of the wrist. Get the ball out your hand. All these are really quick throws. In fact, they're so quick, the offensive line is just posting up, cutting the defensive lineman just to get them out the passing lanes. We do have a 6-foot quarterback in Warner.
Warner has loved Jose Barbone. He's hit him 5 times already since coming into the game. There's Edward Sadie with a 3-yard gain on the ground. We have not seen Darvon Hubbard since the fumble early this half that set up Lafayette's 2nd touchdown, and that was just when he was building momentum. He had 59 yards on 10 carries.
Well, you know, it's time for you to show up and not make mistakes. You know, you've had too many opportunities throughout the spring, you know, training camp, to now be doing things of that nature. They've made it a promise that they're not going to allow this to happen anymore.
Warner with the quick out, and it's complete to Ahmad Anderson. Gains only about 2 and sets up 3rd and 5, officially 3rd and 4 from the 28.
Yeah, if you look at it now, get the ball out of his hands, get it out to your weapons. And, I mean, these wide receivers on the outside are having one heck of a job out there blocking one-on-one without holding on these DBs on the outside to give them extra yardage.
Warner's now 10 of 13 for 97 yards. Sadie on the 3rd down carry, trying to move the legs, and Marco Olivas teams up with Adam Port to stop him short. Decision time, 4th and a full 3. A field goal would make it a 2-score game, and here comes the field goal unit with Rory Bell.
I'll tell you what, Marcus Oliva, he's a player. He is stout in the middle. It's hard for you to run misdirection plays around him because he reads his keys so well. He follows the ball, able to make that play. If he hadn't made that play, they'd have probably made the first down because it was wide open if they'd hit past him initially.
Came to Lafayette from Texas, so he had no idea where Lafayette was. In fact, he thought it was Louisiana Lafayette when they first recruited him. This is a 45-yarder for Rory Bell to make it a 2-score game. And he missed it. Pulled it to the left. Lafayette holds, even with the short field.
So you say there's a chance. Yes, there's always a chance.
So Bell's first field goal attempt of the season comes up empty, wide left. We have 3:48 to go in the third quarter, and this is still just a 1-touchdown game. Lafayette picked 4th in the Patriot League, coming off a season last year where they really struggled, went 3-8. John Garrett's contract not renewed. Bring in the Lafayette alum, John Troxell, who spent the last 16 years at Franklin and Marshall as a head coach. He had been an assistant at Lafayette prior to that. Looking to restore Lafayette to a proud tradition. Remember, they claimed 3 national championships from back in the early 1900s.
Yes, you're right.
One of the oldest football programs in the country. Here's Najee Adams, first carry of the day for him, and the 4th running back to play for Lafayette, a sophomore from right in Easton, Pennsylvania, where Lafayette's campus is, gains 5.
Yeah, nothing but inside zone, running the outside, pick your hole, and when you do get out there, you know he's going to get a guy coming up and hitting you up front. So you got to be ready. Make sure that you got your pads down.
Schuster wanted to throw. Pocket squeezes on him. He's down and a flag out as well. That's Trey Thomas, sophomore out of Independence Community College, picks up the sack.
You see him out there dancing, you know.
There is no foul on the play. It's 3rd down.
A lot of flags just being picked up.
So no penalty. 4-yard loss on the sack, and watch that outside and Thomas go to work.
Temple's putting in their NASCAR package, put in the smaller, quicker guys up front, trying to generate some pressure on this young freshman quarterback.
If we're going odds, the way we've seen it today, we're more likely to see a collision at the quarterback position with all this pressure Temple's been putting on Ryan Schuster. Bring 4. Schuster steps up, had time, on the deflection. Chris Caracia brings it in.
Great play. Never give up on a play, especially a receiver. Actually, a great play by the defense, able to tip the ball in the air.
It's a 23-yard gain, and unfortunately for Dominic Hill, he would have been better off letting it go. Now Schuster's on time and finds Caracia again. First down, 15 more yards.
Keep the chains moving. Keep that defense out there. Make sure they get a little tired. Keep running this hurry-up offense. You don't let the defense now sit back and think about what's going on. Just keep the pressure on them.
It's already the longest drive of the game for the Leopards. Adams sandwiched, driven down. There was no room at all with the rotating defensive lineman. That time it was Daishir Clary just into the game, making the hit. Jalen Satchel's also cycled in up front. Varner's still there, and Mahim McCargo, who fills in for Trey Thomas at outside linebacker, in on this run as well. 2nd and 11. Sutton has replaced Adams in the backfield. Sutton gets the give, and progress has stalled. He loses another yard to set up 3rd and 12. Again, this drive's still going because of this catch by Caracia on the ball that was sailing by everybody.
Tips to try to go. He just never gives up on the play. You can never give up on the play.
And again, you don't blame Dominic Hill. He was trying to get the interception.
Absolutely.
But if he'd let it go, it would have been a punt. Third and 12, likely 4-down territory if Lafayette can gain some positive yardage here. That's why they'll keep it on the ground. Jaden Sutton picks up a chunk. 5 yards for Sutton. That sets up 4th and 7, and John Troxel will keep the offense on the field, down a touchdown late here in the third quarter.
Yeah, they stay in 11 personnel. They just run inside, read option on this play. Quarterback reading the defensive end. If the defensive end stays outside, plays leverage on the outside, you just hand it off to the running back. If that end pinches, then you pull it, and then the quarterback runs with it.
Barrett, watch Schuster's legs here. That's where he's had a lot of success over his first 2 games.
Scored the winning touchdown with it.
Looking to throw. Taking a shot for Julius Young down the sideline. Incomplete.
A lot of
he
contact.
Was blanketed by Mahim McCargo. No flag. It's a turnover on downs.
Officials letting them chicken fight a little bit.
And it's Dion Hawkins on the coverage.
Little handsy out there. That looks like it pass interference in any book I've read.
Well, it looked like they were giving it to each other there, so maybe that's why the flag stayed in the pocket a bit. A lot of hand fighting.
Stayed neutral, huh?
Between Young and Hawkins. Temple's defense absorbs the couple shots, gets the ball back. And again, it's E.J. Warner at quarterback. Temple has not scored here in this third quarter after building a 21-7 lead. Jakari Norwood on the carry, gains a yard. By the way, we were just informed Adam Klein, the reliable right tackle for this Temple squad and a single-digit honoree, is out for the remainder of the game. So Klein out at right tackle.
That's somehow maybe the major reason why they're keeping the ball on the ground.
Well,
they don't want to risk on the outside.
That's it for quarter number 3, and there is still a lot to be determined. Temple's lead shrinks from 14 to 7 in the third. Good one coming up. It's a 1 touchdown lead for Temple as we head to the fourth quarter. Here are the numbers, and you see some big keys. The 3 turnovers for Temple have led directly to all 14 of Lafayette's points. And boy, that Lafayette defense, they can really play. If their offense even gives them average output during Patriot League season, we could be talking about an FCS playoff team.
Absolutely. That's why you see 5 sacks on Temple quarterbacks. They bring it up front. They just need something from the offensive side of the ball to help them out.
E.J. Warner's been in the game since late in the second quarter, taking over for DeJuan Mathis, and he's been good. He finds Adonicus Sanders for an 8-yard gain. Warner's now 10 for 13 for 105 yards. Most of that to Jose Barbone, who has 6 catches for 86 yards today. That's Sanders' first grab of the day.
You know, E.J.'s not scared to grip it and rip it. He sees it, he goes, and he wants his receivers on the outside to make plays for him.
You were telling me during a break, most of this is pre-snap. He's seeing it before the snap, knowing where he's going with the
Absolutely.
ball.
That's why things are slowing down for him. He sees the play before it happens. Most good quarterbacks, especially when they're young, if they don't have that, it's hard for them to build that type of ability. Well, you can kind of see that EJ is very comfortable playing within the skin work of this offense. His skill set is, all right, I see it, and I go straight to it.
Well, that was 3rd down and 3. They went on the ground, and Norwood only gained 2. And on 4th and 1, on their own side, up a touchdown. Stan Drayton will make the smart decision to punt here. And Lafayette's defense forces a 3-and-out. They have adjusted very well.
Yes, they have. This team is not scared to go out there and mix it up with the likes of Temple.
The offense added a late substitution. We will reset the ball. 4th down.
Temple rushed Malik Cooper onto the field late. They only had 10 men on for the punt. Because of that, the officials have to give Lafayette the option to make a substitution if they want to. They will not. That's why they had to call back the snap. Here is the punt from Morgan, and he shanked it. Mackenzie Morgan got tons of plaudits for his work last week from head coach Stan Drayton, but that one did not go well. Only about a 28-yard punt. Good field position for Lafayette with a chance to tie the game. Well, there were a number of times where it looked like Temple had opportunities to maybe put this game away, but Lafayette's defense has made big plays. They got just enough big plays from Ryan Schuster, who's passed for 2 touchdowns. they take the football, start this drive at their own 33-yard line. Again, Lafayette just a touchdown away from tying this game. Not sure how many folks would have expected that as we sit here in the fourth quarter coming into today.
Well, evidently, you know, in talking to Lafayette's coaching staff, they believed in it.
Oh, Caracia is crushed by Leighton Jordan. No gain and all kinds of pain.
That's a great play, going out and imposing his will, showing that he needs to be out there making plays. That's exactly what's going on.
End up spotting it at the 35, so give him 2, but he took a licking to get it.
That's the way you tackle.
Schuster's now 10 of 15 for 78 yards. Does have those 2 touchdown passes. And Caracia has 3 catches on the last 2 drives. Trying to turn the corner. Najee Adams is roped down. That's Jordan McGee. We talked to him this week. This kid's so full of energy. Delaware product, felt like he was under-recruited. Temple was his only FBS offer, and now he's one of the best linebackers in the conference.
Yes, and I tell you what, Leighton Jordan came with the funk that, but I wish we could watch that play again. He came in, set the edge, hit the puller in the mouth, which stopped the backside puller, and just totally messed that play. Penetration kills run plays. That's definitely how you stop a run play.
3rd and 9. Oh, jailbreak up front, and Varner hammers down Schuster. It's Temple's 6th sack today.
Right now, the offensive line can't block the guys up front. They're moving the offensive line away, and then they just beating them inside. They tried to turn protected. When you turn protect, you leave one gap for your inside guy. Well, that guy couldn't get over to block that time McGee, and he goes up and wrecks shop for the sack.
It's a 9-yard loss, set up 4th and 16. Means punts coming for Lafayette. 6 sacks today for Temple. Just 114 yards of offense for the Leopards. And a second blocked punt of the day. It's Devon Fox off the edge again.
Great play. Comes off the ball, blocks it. There'll be a lot of good things for this Temple team to look at. Although they're only up by 7, they have done a lot of good things, but there's so much other stuff that can be cleaned up for this team that they're going to really, really have to focus in on basic fundamentals on how they approach this game against Rutgers next week.
Wow, Devon Fox blocked 2 punts today. If he can do that next week, keep Temple in it as well.
Absolutely.
Plenty more from the American Conference tonight on ESPN+. Oh, it's going to be a good one. Old Dominion coming off the win against Virginia Tech, against an East Carolina team that probably should have beat NC State next week. That's at 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock, you got Northern Illinois and Tulsa. That should be an intriguing matchup as well. And then Lamar and SMU, also 7 p.m., all right here on ESPN+. But Devon Fox has made himself impactful in this game. There was his first block punt. That set up a touchdown at the end of the first half. And now he does it again, coming off the edge.
Yeah, you know, there's a flaw in the execution between the snapper and the punter. The ball's either getting back there too slow, or the punter is not taking the right proper footstep to kick the ball.
Well, remember, Billy Schaefer is out today for Lafayette. Not only is he a starting linebacker, he is an elite long snapper. Lafayette coaches told us he could be an NFL long snapper.
Yes.
He's out today. Lafayette using its backup long snapper, Dylan Aguilar, is so just a little less practice in that machine between this duo. Plus territory for Temple to start the drive. E.J. Warner going up top to his favorite target, Jose Barbone. Incomplete.
It's a little bit of a tug on the outside, but if you didn't see it, if the refs didn't see it, it wasn't called on the outside. A little tug right there.
Yeah, just
turn
enough
his shoulders
from Gabe Du Bois, the quarterback, to slow Barbone down. Well, Warner came in, led Temple to 2 quick touchdowns. Owls have not scored in this second half. They had a fumble, turnover on downs, couple 3-and-outs.
Missed field goal.
See if Warner can refine the spark. Wide open, Ahmad Anderson hauls in a perfectly touched pass from Warner, and that's a 21-yard gain.
Nice little post corner out there, sitting out there by himself.
Really good feel for it, just the right amount of touch on that.
Yes. And I think that's the difference between what you saw from Mathis and you're seeing from Warner. That touch. Yes, you know, Mathis probably has a stronger arm. But at this point, Warner's just putting on what it needs to execute the offense.
He's now 12 of 16 for 124 yards. Go to the ground, and Edward Sadie's going down for a big loss. Malik Ham into the backfield, and even though he has been a bit flummoxed by the Temple offensive line, he's still making an impact.
Yeah, he comes on the outside. He beats the tackle didn't even touch him. His speed and quickness gets off the ball so fast that the tackle wasn't even out of his stance, and he was already there. But, you know, that's a young guy. That's Bryce Thomas filling in right now at the guard position.
Doesn't have a sack today, but Ham does have 2 tackles for a loss. 6-yard loss sets up 2nd and 16. Warner down the chute, wide open touchdown. It's the tight end, Jordan Smith. 17 yards, E.J. Warner to Jordan Smith.
Nice little seam route right up the middle. He actually caught the linebacker squatting down, caught him flat-footed, runs right past him. Little nod route. Is a nod on a stutter go. That's just, you know, knowing where your guys are going to be within the framework of the route combinations out there, and he caught him looking in the backfield, right over the top of the linebacker on that play.
And now Rory Bell adds the point after, and Temple establishes a 2-touchdown lead with 10-12 to go. It is the E.J. Warner show. He's thrown for almost 150 yards and 2 touchdowns in his college debut. Well, Devon Fox block punt sets up a 4-play, 32-yard touchdown drive capped by this 17-yard strike from E.J. Warner to Jordan Smith.
Love the nod route by the tight end. We used to call that 322 Y stick nod. The stick nod route by the tight end. He looks outside, catches Olivis peeking, and then turns right around and hits him over the top for the touchdown.
You saw his numbers, 12 of 16 for 141 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's hit 5 of his last 6 for 61 yards, so getting better as the game goes on. Barrett, you and I were talking about it during the break, and I know you want to talk about it on the air as well. It seems like no way around the fact that this guy should be your starting quarterback next week against Rutgers.
Yeah, there's no room for hurt feelings. You know, at this point, A.J. Warner has definitely earned the right to start next week. I understand that everybody's looking, but look at the team. Look at the new enthusiasm that this sideline has because of the young kid. E.J. has got these guys going in the right direction. Yes, we know that Mathis is a talented quarterback, but right now, E.J. Mathis has the juice right now to keep him going.
All right, Lafayette, 2 touchdowns down. They're going to have to open the playbook here and let Schuster sling it a bit. Start, though, on the ground with Jermaine Conyers picking his way forward for 4. Beg your pardon, that's Jamar Curtis. Curtis, Conyers, Sutton, and Adams have all carried the football today. Curtis the most, 11 carries now for about 23 yards.
They're going to have to open it up.
Clock winding, less than 10 minutes to play, and there's movement on the offensive line. Lafayette cleaned up the penalties after the first couple of drives, but this 7th penalty of the day
Offense number 73.
Backs him up to set up 2nd and long.
Second down.
Here's something Temple can be proud of. Temple has not been penalized yet today.
Well, see, that was one of the major things that they said they had to take care of. Now, they fumbled the ball a lot, 3 fumbles and lost 3 fumbles. But they have, you know, cut down on the pre-snap penalties, and that's how you go to actually beating a good team is don't beat yourself in the pre-snap.
Schuster took a sideways snap, and that walked him right into the defensive line. Down he goes. Trey Thomas's 2nd sack today. It is the 7th sack by the Temple defense, and Schuster is slowing it up.
But you know who made this play? Odom made this play. He jetted out there. He was in the passing lane because he read the play before it started to happen.
Oh, Schuster got crunched by Demerick Morris on the other side there. The tough kid back up and ready to go on 3rd and 12. Again, he is hit and dropped. Lassine Toure, a transfer from the ACC in North Carolina, sets up 4th down on Temple's 8th sack today.
Athletically, they can't hold up front. It's starting to get now that the pass rushing moves. I mean, he just didn't touch him. They're moving around, moving guys in different places, and the offensive line feet are like they're stuck in mud. They can't move, which is allowing this more athletic defensive line of Temple to get up the field, knock hands down, and go sack the quarterback.
And that's what you've seen here in this second half, and really all game for the Temple defense. Just bigger, stronger, and faster, and they've worn down Lafayette at this point.
Yeah, you know, even on this punt play, you know, they went out and double-team Fox to make sure he doesn't go make a play again.
Barbone is taken down. That was tremendous tackling from Aguilar, the long snapper, for the second time today.
Absolutely. But, you know, we talk about this defensive line against the offensive line of Lafayette. Up front, you got to move your feet. And they're keeping them like they're in mud because they can't move with the more athletic D-line of Temple. They're swiping their hands, and once they swipe their hands, their feet stop. You got to continue to play this game at a high level, but the only way you can do that is to go out there, get your hands on them, and fight from the initial contact.
It's a 47-yard punt, lost 4 on the return. Aguilar is with that great tackle, and now Temple takes over at its own 37. Looking to try to put this game away, up a couple scores.
E.J. Warner reads the blitz, sees the blitz coming, changes the play. That's a lot from a freshman to be able to change the play like that.
His pre-snap's been great today. Jakari Norwood runs into a wall. Deron Gilbert was there. But this Lafayette defense has been really impressive. Again, even against an FBS-level team like Temple, they have limited the Owls to 307 yards. And remember, 2 of those 4 Temple touchdowns, really 3 of the 4 have come on fields of 40 yards or less.
Their defense is very physical. They're very athletic. Even though they're small, they can move around a little bit. And midway through the game, they started running the ball on them. Now this defensive line is getting up the field, reestablishing the line of scrimmage, and they're actually beating this Temple offensive line to the punch.
Warner under pressure from Malik Ham, throws it away. Remember, Ham came in looking for just a half a sack to become the all-time leader at Lafayette, still tied 25 career sacks. That ties him with the phenomenal 1990s defensive end Harrison Bailey. 3rd and 10 coming.
This is where you see Ham take it up. You know, Malik Ham, he's good enough to play at the next level. But this is where he needs to flash. Get this defense off the field. Get up there and make a play.
Double team him. Pressure comes from the other side. Warner takes the hit and completes to Barbone. Boy, he was drilled. But that'll earn some respect from his teammates to deliver to Barbone.
Took a hit, too. Ball's back. Looks the blitzer in the eye and delivers the ball still. His teammates will definitely look at him like, look, he gives us the best chance to win. He stood in there, took the hit, delivered the ball for a crucial 1st down, keep the sticks moving, keep that clock running, and allow this Temple offense to stay on time to go down and try to at least score.
21 yards to Barbone, who's now up over 100 receiving yards today. Jakari Norwood dances forward for 2. Quickly on the running back front here for Temple. Again, they were trying to find the hot back. Thought maybe they'd found it with Hubbard, 10 carries, 59 yards. But he hasn't played since the fumble, and Norwood and Sadie have not really grabbed the opportunity here. So you got to imagine Hubbard likely still in a good spot heading toward next week, even though he's in the doghouse at the moment.
Yeah, he's in the doghouse right now, especially, you know, Stan Drayton and his ability to coach running backs. You know, you just don't do it. He feels personally responsible for this. So, of course, he's going to be a little hard on the running back position because he comes from a stable of great running backs that he's coached.
On 2nd down, Norwood again, and he is stuffed once more. That is not a big defensive line, but they're having their way in the middle right now with the interior of the Temple offensive line.
Yes, they're moving around. They're blitzing. Marco is making plays from the middle, allowing this defensive line to really turn around and really make plays up front because they're not allowing to start with the double team. He's coming up and breaking up the double team, which is allowing one-on-one blocks for this defensive line. And I tell you what, Stevens and Ham can just about rush with anybody in the nation as far as their ability to go out there and rush the passer.
And they've been disruptive, and now it's 3rd and 9 for Warner. He'll throw, gets it out quickly, and finds Jordan Smith, his tight end. First down with a flag out late. In fact, it was spotted a yard short of the first down stick, so it'll be 4th and 1, pending the flag.
Personal foul, chop block, offense, number 79 and 23. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, 3rd down.
So they'll replay the 3rd down, and we have an injured Temple offensive lineman.
Yeah, I would like to see that again, but I think the linebacker, Olivas, blitzed, and when he blitzed, he jumped over the block, and they initiated contact with the defensive lineman.
All right, well,
that's where the chop block came from.
They'll get Richard Rodriguez off the field. He moved in after Adam Klein came out with an injury, and as they check on Rodriguez, we'll step aside. Big 3rd down play coming for Temple when we come back. Again, Malik Ham has had an epic career at Lafayette. Was in the backfield all week last week against Sacred Heart, the Leopards' 6-0 season opening win. He hasn't had a sack today, but he has a couple tackles for loss on run plays. And hey, here in 3rd and 24, maybe this is the record-breaking moment for him, an obvious passing down.
Well, let's ISO him just to see, because he's giving this offensive line of business. He's played well. He just hadn't got to the quarterback yet.
He's on the bottom of your screen at the moment. One thing keeping him from sacks is that E.J. Warner's been getting the ball out so quickly.
Yes, he has. His get-off is just so fast.
Warner going to use the whole play clock here. Temple up 2 touchdowns, and the clock winding to 5.5 minutes to go. Warner again gets rid of it quickly. Jose Barbone makes a couple men miss, gets back to the original line of scrimmage, and then a flag comes out. Temple had been penalized all game until that last play, and now might be 2 in a row. Imagine Lafayette would decline here with a 4th and 10 upcoming.
Holding, offense number 18, 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Still 3rd down.
So instead, they'll back him up, take the 10 yards, and we'll replay 3rd down.
Yeah, blocking on the edge, on the outside. You know, he's trying, you know, wide receivers aren't really made for blocking, and that's not what they choose to do in the first place. And then to have, that's a long block to hold when you're a wide receiver.
So that play actually nets 1 yard because it was a spot foul, so it happened 11 yards from the line of scrimmage. So now instead of 3rd and 24, it is 3rd and 23. Clock is still winding, which is one of the reasons why it's interesting that John Troxell accepted that penalty instead of declining. Inside of 5 minutes to go, Temple up 2 scores.
There is a Phillies game, but that's it. 6 o'clock Phillies.
Edward Sadie on the draw on 3rd and 23, gains about 3, set up 4th and 20, and could take us to under 4 minutes to go. You feel like Lafayette may be running out of juice here, but they've shown enough again defensively to let you know this is a team that's got a chance to win the Patriot League, a league where Holy Cross was the preseason favorite. Lafayette picked 4th. And any Lafayette fan knows it's really all about that final game of the season. The Lafayette-Lehigh rivalry, one of the longest running rivalries in all of college football. You win that game, you've had a successful season.
Yeah, Battle of the Pennsylvania. You're right, Battle of the Pennsylvanians. You see who's going to come out. You got a very skilled defense for this Lafayette team. They have played well this entire day.
Here comes Mackenzie Morgan's punt again. Converted Aussie rules football player, and this takes a Lafayette hop from inside the 20 to outside the 20 and down at the 21. It's where Lafayette will take over with 3:46 to go, down 2 scores. See if they can keep building momentum into their matchup at home against William and Mary next week. They're right back to Philadelphia in 2 weeks. They'll take on the Quakers of Penn, and then it's Patriot League play most of the rest of the way aside from that game against Princeton. Again, Bucknell, Holy Cross, Georgetown, Colgate, Fordham, and Lehigh, the other squads in the Patriot League. Every game the rest of the way for Lafayette, be right here on ESPN+. John Troxell definitely feels like he's got this thing going in the right direction, and they know what they are. They're a team that's going to lean on defense first, and they want to minimize the mistakes on offense. Got Ashawn Davis into the game for the first time at quarterback. He was the starter last year. Hands it to Najee Adams on 1st down, and Adams is dropped. Loss of 2.
They conceded to the freshman. I thought it was going to be a foregone conclusion. When I was doing my analysis of the game, that, Davis would be starting. But, hey, I was throwing a curveball when I started watching the game last week because here he was, Schuster starting.
7 games last year as a starter as a freshman. Ashawn Davis threw for about 1,500 yards and 4 touchdowns. Again, much different offense this year with TJ DeMuzio, an offensive coordinator. Get it to the outside, and Elijah Stewart, but he goes only about a yard forward before Evandy Rigby and Jalen Ware combine on the tackle. Let's flip it now to Temple. They got Rutgers coming in next week, then UMass, then AAC play the rest of the way. And Rutgers squad beat Boston College last week. They're heavy favorites against Wagner today, likely coming in at 2-0 to the Link next week.
Yes, and this is going to be a fight that, this is where you're going to see where this Temple team really is. As far as being able to play and compete at this level, at that level.
Can you imagine a week with E.J. Warner preparing as the starter? We'll confirm that for sure as the week goes along, but you got to assume that he'll be the guy at the start of next week. On third down, Davis's throw. Tough catch short of the sticks. So it is a completion, but gains only 3 more yards. 4th and 9, and it looks like John Troxel will send out the punting unit down 2 scores with the clock winding.
Yeah, we'll try. If Temple goes ahead and wins this game, we'll try to get out of Coach Drayton to see if he can kind of label Warner the starter right now.
I'm going to guarantee he's not going to give you that information right now just after game time.
Yeah, well, of course we'll try. But, I think he's earned the right now for what he's done in this game and how he's turned this game around to be a starter next week. I've seen things happen differently, but
it's a 3rd blocked punt of the day. Devon Fox does it again. It's a safety. My goodness.
and they sent him out to block him. He overreached him and still was able to beat the offender on the inside to block the punt.
Let that man go ring the bell.
Exactly. Look, straight off the outside, they block him. Oh, I undercut it and still blocks it.
I think you made a good point. Again, we mentioned that the regular long snapper, Billy Schaefer, out today.
Yes.
That ball just must not be getting back there fast
It's
enough.
not. It's all about timing, with long snappers. There's a lot of long snappers in the NFL that's all they do is long snap. And they get paid a pretty penny to do it. And at this point, you don't have your guy there. So the timing's down, the footwork is down with the punter. Now things are starting to change. They block so many punts. This is what causes when you don't have that consistency at the long snapping position.
3 blocked punts in one day for Devon Fox.
It's like he's playing with him or something. Like, you can't block me.
Coming into today, no team had blocked more than 2 punts over the first week of the season. Again, Devon Fox on his own has blocked 3 punts today.
Unbelievable.
That's something John Troxel and his staff will absolutely look to shore up heading into their matchup with William and Mary next week. Again, their defense is good enough. You get average offense, average special teams. That defense should be enough to keep them in every game.
Absolutely.
Here comes the free kick from Tresick, who I'm sure will be pleased to not have Devon Fox running at him as he punts this one. Gets it away. Malik Cooper will start on the return, and he spins across the 40. All right, so Temple coming up next week. Rutgers here, 2 p.m. Barrett, you and I will be here. I know we're looking forward to that one.
Yes, definitely.
And another 2 p.m. start following week. Same story with UMass here in town, September 24th. And then it's AAC play. So you got big game with Rutgers. You got that UMass game to make sure you got everything in order before conference play down the chute.
Yeah, Memphis, going to be a tough game. UCF, Tulsa. At Navy is going to be a tough game for them also. I did South Florida last week, who lost to a really good BYU team. So there's no way that this team can get a rest. I guess you can get a rest against no, you just can't get a rest. That's a full schedule.
E.J. Warner remains in the game, though you wouldn't expect him to throw it here as Temple will look to run the clock out. And this is a huge surge forward. Edward Sadie with a massive hole. 23 yards.
Talk about a guy that hadn't grabbed a hold to be the starter. Where Edward Sadie said, look, we only have a little bit of time. We're going to run power. I'm going to run in behind my big guys up front. Ref, get out the way. I'm trying to make some things happen here. Keeps his feet churning. for some chunk yardage.
So Sadie up to 55 yards rushing. Hubbard again with 59 yards rushing. They've done it on a combined 21 carries. Temple overall up to 363 yards of offense, 215 through the air, and 140 on the ground. And now a kneel down from E.J. Warner, who really did spark this Temple squad. Came in when it was 7-7, got him 2 quick scores, and then, though it was not easy in the second half, able to hold Lafayette at arm's length.
Yeah, you know, he came in and really gained the confidence of his team. The whole sideline became electric. You know, things start happening for him, blocking punts. And, you know, here, what did it? They get a score at the end, 30-14. You know, Coach Drayton's first win as a head coach.
There is the final kneel down. Stan Drayton and Temple earned win number 1 in game number 2 with a true freshman at quarterback, E.J. Warner. And now the Owls turn their focus to the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. 30-14 the final, and despite a game effort from a really gutsy and gritty Lafayette squad, Owls come out on top at home.
Yeah, John Trexel has nothing to hang his head about. The defense competed every single play. Offensively, they just couldn't get anything going. But, you know, this team has made sure that they play at a high level, and they didn't give up. They kept fighting throughout this entire game.
All right, we'll step aside. When we come back, we'll hear from Stan Drayton after his first career head coaching win.